Hello. Hi, Noah. And hi, Rosine. You guys are super early. Hi, Bianca. Hi, Rai. Ray? 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 You're blue today? I wonder if there's like... I'm assuming that there's a limited amount of colors that it can like pick from. Because I feel like I see the same like purple, the same like green. I don't know. Raise green apple today. I'll start the poll for who we're gonna start the stream with while people are pulling in. I don't know yet, Bianca. That's what you guys did to decide. Just 1 second. Okay. Your B-Day just happened. Happy birthday, Wear Whisker. Hi, Agnolia. Stuck in class. Going to class in this day and age. Listening to the Star audiobook yesterday before bed. How far are you? I don't know if you can hear me if you're in class, I guess. Hey, Moon. Star was definitely one of the books that once I started reading it, I didn't put it down until I finished it. It was quite well paced, I thought. A certain someone is having a funeral. Yeah, that is over halfway. I think that's towards the end. Little Cloud, the one that eats frogs? I don't remember there a specific scene of Little Cloud eating frogs, but ShadowClan does indeed eat frogs. Which protagonist had my favorite ending in the Starless Clan? I'm trying to decide if Star spoilers are gonna be okay, Yuna. Agnolia is not finished with the book. So we already have people in chat that haven't finished the book. And Tuesday's stream was a spoiler stream. We did kind of talk about Star. I'd say just try to keep it a little vague. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be impossible for me to keep spoilers for Star out of the stream completely, just because I've read it now. So I'm not as diligent with, like, weeding out possible spoiler talk. What? Podlight is such like a baby. He's crazy in a Starless Clan. You're here with your Cheez-Its. I have goldfish. I just, honestly, the scene you're talking about, which Agnolia has definitely read, like where he's getting absolutely bodied by Hawkwing. was so funny. Like, the visuals on it were just hilarious. It felt like I kind of want to see Hawkwing and Lion Blaze like 1v1. Slashtail is a weird villain. Let's be real here. Actually wear contacts. I'm honored to be part of that list. I feel like I'm probably like the lowest priority on that list, IMO, but there's one thing that's like a pretty heavy, well, I guess it's not really that heavy a spoiler for Agnolia because, so, a certain someone's having a funeral, which means, like, the entire climax has happened in Star. Like, after that, it's kind of just like, third act cleanup on, like, some character arcs. Leaf Star is pulling through right now. But I was honestly surprised by the death count in Star. Like, I probably would have lost money if I legitimately bet on what I thought the death count would be and what the death count actually ended up with. I mean, then you get like 12, like you get like an average of 6 cats being born for Elder's Quest, and I'm like, dude, the overpopulation. I don't mind them exiling cats instead of like murking them. But, like, I honestly would take that as like a death count. That's fine. Exiling is fine. More cats saying screw this and becoming kitty pets. I agree with that as well. I just want cats to be leaving. I want them to be leaving the scene. I want there to be less, like, cats around the lake. I don't care if they're, like, it's less because they die, or it's less because they get exiled, or if it's less because they decide they're gonna be kitty pets or live somewhere else. I just need the cast to be less. It needs to be a smaller cast again. You know, see, I mean, it's not unheard of to have like 6 kits becoming a princesses at the same time in canon. Like in Crooked Star's Promise. Like, there were like 6 kittens that all became a princess at the same time. Yeah, Stormcloud, Waffle Pelt, yeah. And honestly, I wouldn't have been mad if Sparrowpelt and Hollow Spring got exiled. Like, just give me less cats. No, you're not gonna give me less. You're gonna actually add 20 more cats to live around the lake in Arc 9. Okay, we're gonna do this, I guess. Okay, we'll end it. We'll start with Leaf Star today. Leaf Star, our upcoming pro tag. So this is a Vision of Shadows. So I would imagine that Leaf Star, even though she's quite old, she's still probably not showing it that much. But I'm sure like a Vision of Shadows added like 5 years to her. Like, she goes through a lot of crap in A Vision of Shadows. A single gray hair. Yeah, that's true, Lucky. I just do it for, like, storytelling purposes, mostly. Also, I like drawing old, cranky elders. Exactly, Foxy. That's what I think. Her head shape is a very strange shape. I always have a little bit of a hard time drawing it. Because her, like, her cheek fluffs are kind of small, but Sleek Whisker. My tinfoil hat Pepe Sylvia theory, I'm pointing to my board with all my red threads, is we're going to get a journey arc, and the territory that we're going to start inhabiting is the territory that Sleek Whisker and her rogues has been terrorizing for like the last 3 years. And now we have to contend. Isn't it crazy to think... I was just thinking about this the other day, you guys. How I trash New Prophecy so much. It's honestly a pretty brutal reread. The first time you read New Prophecy, it's fun, in my opinion. It's fine. I remember being pretty, like, excited, like, when I read it the first time. Like, everything's new. It's very interesting. Reading it a second time after you've read everything else in Weircats, it's a pretty brutal read. Everything that the New Prophecy's done, other arcs have done better at this point. However, it's crazy to me to think New Prophecy is a new territory arc, right? And that's like one of the reasons that I'm absolutely dreading Changing Skies, because it could be a new territory arc. However, my favorite arc, other than the first arc, which is like kind of a given, is Dawn of the Clans, which you could make a very real argument is also a territory change arc. And so I was thinking about that the other day. I think I'm on the next stage of grief. I'm on the acceptance stage. I'm like, Dawn of the Clans wasn't so bad for a new territory arc. Maybe it won't be so bad this time. That was my thought process yesterday. Boomer Tawny Pelt is honestly so relatable. I think we will know 100% for sure if it's going to be a territory change arc at the end of Elder's Quest. I need to make her eyes less, Changing territories, I feel like the best thing that could come out of changing territories is to have, like a territory that presents more dangers, and also could be more connected, like interconnected. Like I said, if there's not another like 4 trees, then I don't know, man. I need like territories that feel more interconnected, that don't have like a lake smack dab in the middle of them that's like huge. Yeah, that's also true, Jay. I honestly don't mind the first 3 books of The New Prophecy. But I think that's an unpopular opinion for a lot of people. I would imagine if we're gonna get a changing territories arc, we might be even more disconnected from the UK. Like they could honestly change to like a completely fictional. I don't know. I don't know if they'll ever do that though. Let's be real. They wasted the pacing. Honestly, I don't really mind that the whole entire journey of all the clans took place in one book. I'm not sure. I kind of like can't stand the padding of journey books because it feels very standard. Like it gets funnier every time. So like in Thunder, one of the padding chapters had Nightheart falling into like a covered pool that had like the plastic covering on it, and that was really amusing. And like in Riverstar's journey, they like run into a mall and they have to like run through the mall and like the escalators and crap and get out of it. But the padding in the journey, even though it leads to some very amusing scenes, which I appreciate that they've been making them amusing lately, it just feels like it has no... I don't know. There's very little room for character development. Hello, Red. We are so back. Uh-oh. Designated purple this stream. She looks so young. I don't know how I'm gonna make her old. She's also very bald. The mall and Riverstar's home. Yeah, we'll ignore it. Well, I mean, we've had malls for a while. Like, if it's like Model T Ford time, I'm pretty sure that there was malls in the Model T Ford. Model... whatever Ford. When was the first mall made? Oh, this is hilarious. Okay, the first modern indoor shopping mall in the United States opened in 1956. I don't know in Europe. I'm not sure in the UK. Not with escalators. Wait, hold on. When was the escalator invented? The first working escalator was invented in 1892. Actually, the escalator was invented before the indoor shopping mall. It was on Coney Island, New York City. That's so amusing. Who knows when it was actually, like, widely produced, though. Time is a vibe. You learned more from me streaming. I literally just Google stuff. I'm one of those people that I ask a question that really doesn't need an answer, but if I ask it, I need to Google it, because obviously some part of me wants to know the answer to this question. I just like Google. I like knowing answers. Why is her hair messing up so much? Model Ts were painfully slow. Wait, hold on. Now I have to Google something else. What was the max speed of a Model T? 40 to 45 miles an hour. Or 65 to 70 kilometers an hour. There you go. Pretty sure you'd also die if you were hit by a 45-mile-an-hour Model T. Fast enough to orphan. I'm pretty sure cats could probably run faster than that. But at least with, like, Shaded Moss, didn't he, like, deer in the headlights it a little bit? They had never seen a car before either. Now, how do I make her eyes... I feel like she has, like, a very childish face right now. I'm pretty sure that the fastest human alive can outrun a Model T car. I'm not sure what the world record is now, right? At this moment. Leaf Star, a potential descendant of Turtletail. I suppose so. Like through Sparrow Star, maybe? I don't know if she's actually got any Sky Clan blood in her or not. I can't remember if that was, like, hinted as a thing in, Firestar's quest. Like, I know that Cherry Tail and was 27. Oh, yeah! I remember this because the, like, Usain Bolt can outrun a squirrel. Which is a very amusing... Yeah, Usain Bolt versus squirrel race. I just thought that was amusing that I remember reading when the world record was broken and they were like, these are the things that Usain Bolt can outrun now. And it was like a squirrel running at top speed. And I was like, what? Yeah, I think it was just, isn't it like Sharp Claw, Cherry Tail, and Sparrow Pelt that are like, oh, and Echo Song, who Firestar, like, they have the paws or whatever to be like Sky Clan cats or something like that. To actually not be one. And isn't there like a random kitty pet that's like Firestar saw that he was like, oh yeah, this guy's definitely got Sky Clan blood. And she was like, actually, no, I'm gonna say a kitty pet. Like a Chad. Your feet means you belong in this cult. Looks at the scar of the one eye that all Sky Clan cats apparently have. Hutch? No. It was somebody that he couldn't even convince to join the clan, like Bella or something. Hold on. Might be Bella. No. Yeah, okay, it is Hutch. Hutch is one of them. Like, I gave the Sky Clan cats, they're supposed to have, like, paw pads that are gray. So Hutch is one of them. Cherry Tail was one of them. Sparrow Pelt was one of them. See, I think that's why I thought Echo Song was one of them, because she has the gray paw pads. And Sharp Claw. Was it Oscar? I can't remember. Sky Clan having actual trouble convincing people to join. Yeah. Yep, we're drawing Leaf Star. Sorry, I didn't see your... I kind of zoned out there, Crystal. I feel like she should definitely start to have, like, at least a little bit of lines underneath her. She lost so many cats on the journey. Like, honestly, Leaf Star probably looked really old by the time that she actually, like, got to the lake. Let's be real. They went through so much crap in Hawkwing's journey. She lost so many cats. Including, like, her husband and 2 kids. And her girlfriend, Echo Song. Hey, Vilo. I'm like, no, we need death. Me thinking they were actually going to, like, murk off Owlnose and Blazefire, but they're like, okay, like 2 chapters or like 2 pages later, they're mentioned to be fine. I'm just like, what? Wasp Whisker. I think I'm gonna make her ear tufts, like, more what they look like. I could honestly simplify them a little bit. I just thought it was amusing that there was so many, like, honestly pretty brutally described scenes in Star where you're like, oh, this cat definitely isn't going to wake up. And they're, like, perfectly fine in the next chapter. And no one notices. They're like, did no one just read what this guy was literally, like, not even moving on the ground and blood was, like, pouring out of him? What? Peter Griffin. Foxy. Killing me here. They're fine. Yeah, I'm playing a nostalgic Pokemon playlist today. Healing my Pokemon bones. Tiger Heart Star fan, logging in. I feel like Tiger Star 2 has... Honestly, I've never met somebody that just, like, absolutely hated him. Well, I have. I have never met them, but I have definitely seen them on Twitter and Tumblr, and I'm just like, you crazy. Fairy Heart Shadow posting. I find him very amusing. I enjoy that he actually does stuff as a leader. Yeah, I agree, Crystal. He's hilarious in his Super Edition. I just like... His Super Edition feels like a reality TV show. I don't know how to explain it, but it's just so amusing. Yeah, I honestly like how he's portrayed as he can make mistakes, and he understands he can make mistakes, but he's like legitimately not meaning anything horrible by them. I don't know. I feel like he is one of the best written leaders in Broken Code and A Starless Clan. I enjoy reading about him, or like I enjoy reading him very much. That's why I still don't mind us having like we've had a point of view in Shadow Clan for the last 3 arcs, I think. And honestly, I don't mind it that much. Because I think he's the leader that's like the most interesting to follow currently. Yeah, I did like that. I honestly feel like I just like how he interacts with everyone in the books. Like, it feels like it's interesting to see how he interacts with people. I feel like she's gonna get, as she gets older... Oh, goodness. What's the exact hair I'm thinking of that she's gonna have? Is it on Little Bird? No. Oh, goodness. It's an elder. Is it Lark Song? No, she doesn't have hair. Does Silver Flame have hair? I don't think she does. No. I can't remember. There's some elder I'm thinking of that has like the cutest little hair. I mean, I don't think it's Dappletail. Oh, it could be Dappletail. I never uploaded her. I need to revamp Dappletail a little bit. Silver Flame is a really good name. It's definitely one of the top tier ones. The brush I'm using for line art is called Soft Nib Brush Tool, and it was, I downloaded it quite a few years ago off of DeviantArt. I need to upload my brushes to my Tumblr blog again, because people ask me a lot. A lot of them are just like from DeviantArt throughout like the years. Like the one that I use to line all of my like Warrior Cat design blog stuff is called a 2013 ink brush, so it's like 11 years old. So I don't know if it's like around anymore for download from the original source. Okay. Yeah, Photoshop definitely has a lot of Photoshop brushes can actually be used on like multiple different programs as well. Hey Amber, long time no see. And by long time I mean like maybe a month or two, I don't know. You've definitely dropped in since I like started to regularly stream again. Can it work in IBS Paint? I'm not sure. Basically, you just have to check to see if your program can accept .abr files. That's .abr. That's like the brush prefix for Photoshop brushes, and a lot of programs will let you import this file type. But I'm not sure. I know Clip Studio Paint lets you import. I'll probably draw them like I draw Leaf. How do I draw long tails? I'm thinking... Oh goodness. I think long tail is on the... Let me check the New Prophecy poster. The Power of 3 poster stream. Yeah, we're on the 6th arc now. Okay, this is how I draw long tail blind. Yeah. Or like Whitewater with the cataract. How did I draw white eyes? Yeah. I'll probably just make them more and more, glazy, like half-tails. Excuse me. Let me look on the Prophecies Begin poster. Yeah, that's pretty much how I draw, like, glassy eyes. I just make, like, their insides, like, more. Am I missing one? Patch Pal. Speckletail's on here. She doesn't have anything, though. Dappletail actually didn't make it on the first poster. She's on the second poster, though. Yeah, Leaf Star is quite old. She's an old baby. I honestly don't feel like her eyesight getting worse is going to be a huge part in her character development. Like, it seems like it's less so that she's having a hard time making, like, people out, but it's more like she's not willing to forget about the past and move forward in her clan anymore. It seems like it's going to be more for character development, which is a little bit more interesting to me than just being like, oh my gosh, I can't see anymore. Wow. I mean, I didn't really talk about it that much in her, like, the teaser chapter with her. I felt more like they were playing up the fact that she's constantly dreaming about the gorge and her mind isn't really in the future anymore. Yeah, that's how I also feel, Amber. I mean, cats, like, their other senses are just so also integral to how they move around that I really don't think it's that big of a deal. Yeah, she's pretty much like, I am tired of fighting. I just want to rest. Yeah, her, like, she really is right, though. Freckle Wish, honestly, I can't see Freckle Wish as being, like, the main medicine cat. I still think Echo Song is, like, right around the corner. I don't know. She doesn't have much of a presence. I like Fidget Flake more than her. What happened with the gorge? Maybe the raccoons moved back in. Yeah, I like Fidget Flake's name. I think it's so sad because she has great-grandkids now, right? Because Harry Brook is, like, the father of one of, like, the newer warriors, I think. I mean, that's how Tawny Pelt feels, though. That's Kit and Ridge Kit, yeah. Oh, gray hairs in her hair fluff. That is what I usually do. Isn't it? I guess I will. Very nice. Ways the preview was finding to talk about great grandkids since they avoid the word grandparent as far. Yeah, they don't really. Like, usually they'll just say their kin. Or they'll be like, Tiger Star's daughter's Tiger Star's daughter's kids. Like, it's hard to believe that they're... And then you're just supposed to remember that Tiger Star is her kid, I guess. Yeah. Kin is very weird in Warrior Cats. They've said grandkit before, haven't they? Have they never used grandkit in canon? I feel like I'm getting like a Mandela effect. Isn't that what it's called? Okay, let's find the circles. Skyclan. Oh wow, we ended the stream with Hawkwing and we started this one with Leaf Star. The leaders of Skyclan have arrived. Yeah, I guess so. I feel like I've heard them say grandkit before. Like... Did Yellowfang Secret use it? I'm not sure. Why does she look so naked? Like, she doesn't look like she's got all of her markings when I scroll out. I think it's because her brown markings, I feel like I'm gonna make them taller. I think that's why it's throwing me off. How wide her... No. I don't think her ear fluff needs to be colored. I could, make a little bit of a line. I think just making that. Well, how did I draw her in the Skyclan poster? Because the Skyclan poster is the one that the most recent picture of her. I think that's fine. Is she in this poster? Where is she? No, I don't have her finished in this one. Yeah, that works better. Yeah, that works better. Okay. Next cat. One star. Kind nose. Hello. Purdy. Lots of... All these cats will never show up ever again. This will be their last posters. Kids will not all be terribly old adults. Will Sparks, Night and Nice kits will all be not terribly old adults all at the same time. Well, Squirrel Flight's a pretty old cat. I think she's like 10 or 11. Plum Willow's in this picture. She's right here. She's racing Sandy Paw. I zoom in more. Yes. I don't know who won the race, honestly. Willow won. Yeah, probably. Her brothers are watching. I don't know why I'm like showing this one. Yeah, her brothers are watching. Oh my gosh, look how crunchy this is. Oh. Hold on, let me open up the actual file. Yeah. Harry Brook. MacGyver. Honey Paw. Their sister is Bird Paw, I think? Harvey Moon. Yeah, sorry. Plum Willow, Rabbit Leap, Creek Feather. Yeah, they're having a race. Wasp Whisker is down here. They're walking from probably like the two-leg place or something because Freckle Paw is right behind him. I like Sage Nose up here. Look at his face. He's like... And that's Petal Nose and Sparrow Pelt. And that's Nettle Splash, I believe, with Tangle and Lichen Fur. That's Mint Fur. Yeah, Apple Fur from Texas Fury is in that one. Hold on, let me see if I have that one on my on here. I have it as my wallpaper, so I have to have that Shadow Clan camp because it's my wallpaper. Okay, here it is. Yeah, that's Ebony Claw. Yeah, they did just delete him. But to be fair, like when I did this picture, there's a lot of time that passes between this picture and like the next time we see SkyClan, because this is during SkyClan and the Stranger, and then it's It's like 5 or 6 years in between SkyClan and a Stranger and like Hawkwing's Journey. Yeah, I will, Clay. I'll get back on the camp drawings. Rendering out these pictures really kills my wrist, so they're very short streams, unfortunately. Sorry, it took a while for this to load. Here's Apple fur, and that's Rowan Paw, oak fir and russet, cedar. There's Full Whisper and Stumpy, tail. That's Wetfoot and Wolfstep, Night Whisper and Jagged Tooth, Boulder and Scorchwind, Runny Nose, Little Cloud, Frogtail, Newt Speck, Deerfoot, and Flint Fang. This is Talon Kit and Smoke Kit, Talon Paw and Smoke Paw, and Nightwing, Tall Poppy and Rowan Berry, Blackfoot, Dark Flower, Fernshade, and Tanglebur. Yeah, there are timeline errors in this, actually. There's actually no feasible way that these two are kits in reality, because they're apprentices in the New Prophecy. I honestly feel like that's probably the only discrepancy, though. I could have replaced these two kits with like Whitewater and like Rat Scar or something like that. Yeah, Smoke Kit is Smoke Paw's the warrior that falls off the mountain. So I made him fall off the stump, and his mom coming to his rescue. Yeah, and then Sasha and Tiger Star. This would have to be like at the very beginning of Leaf Bear. But other than that, I feel like there's not too much timeline discrepancy in this. Yeah, Amber, I need to contact... I get the camp posters printed at a different place than I get all my other posters printed because I want them 12 by 18. And I've been holding off contacting them, but I need to. Because I think all my camp posters are sold out except for ThunderClan and SkyClan right now. But I need to restock them, especially before Christmas season, because I want to do like Christmas deals. Intercerning my Kanekaya OP. Okay, let's end the poll. It's been a little bit too long. I got distracted. Do you guys ever get distracted, like, looking at art? Hey, puppy. Birdie. Sorry, not Plum Willow yet. Purdy, I have no idea how I'm gonna draw. I guess he'll be looking... I mean, he'll be looking happy. How did he look in the last couple posters? Yeah, I need to, I want to do, like, so on Big Cartel, I can't have, it's really hard for me to do the deals that I do at my booth, because when I sell at conventions, I usually do, like, as if you get 3 prints, you get 20% off everything. Like, but it's hard, or you get 20% off the prints. So that's where like the 3 for 60 thing comes through, and then like the 4 for 80. But it's hard for me to just like automatically apply that deal to the cart. Like they only want me to use coupons. But I feel like if I had a I could do like a you pick 4 option, I think, on the website, where you just have to like write in the comments like which ones you'd want. Draw him a little awkward because he doesn't want anyone to know he's sick. Baby. Yeah, but we need to finish the 4 trees one. I really want to finish the 4 trees one. Even though there's timeline discrepancies in the 4 trees picture, I've found out, like, some of the cats are a different age than I feasibly think that they should be. It's not too bad though. Yeah, timelines are very screwy. It mostly just comes from if I look at the 4 trees one, okay, sorry guys, let me open the 4 trees one now that I'm thinking about it. I think that the main thing is the apprentice ages over here. Like, in reality, I think that Dust Muzzle and Mothlight should be a little bit older than how I've portrayed them in here. Also, well, Birch and Alder are about 6 months old. And Alder is looking like she's not 6 months old. I kind of imagine her being very tall and lanky, though. I think that's the only real thing that's something I'd want to change. That I've already finished, at least. Shrinker. Yeah, I think it's mostly Alder right here is looking like a full-grown cat, and she's probably, like, at most, I think, 6 months old. Who has a long tail? Oh, this one? That's Sunshadow. No. Which one? This one? That's Jagged. That's a Lightning Tail. Go to the right of the page. This guy? That's River Ripple. Or this one. I think it's just because, yeah, hold on. I think it's just, where's the... Oh, goodness gracious me. Yeah, I think it's just a tangent that's happening with the foreground right now. Oh, yeah. I kind of want to change up this picture. Anyway, this is Milkweed and Leaf. Milkweed's, like, tough is very... I had no idea how I wanted to draw it from the back. It's a very strange shape. I might modify it a little bit because you're not the first person that said that this looks like a tail. And that's obviously a tangent because I don't want it to look like a tail, you know? So I definitely want to modify her a little bit. River Ripple just has a really long tail. I told you I think I can reasonably add apple fur into the Gathering Island pick. If it wasn't so similar to Leaves. Yeah. I could probably change the color of it to be like the dark red right here. Because the Gathering Island's gonna happen during sunrise. So I think I could Phil. They're the only cats that are confirmed at that gathering are like Crowfeather's family. All the ThunderClan cats that are there are confirmed. But I don't think that there's any like River Clan warriors or Shadow Clan warriors confirmed there. Oh my gosh, Amber, by the way, I was literally just watching Centuries last night because I watched Down to the Clan maps like all the time. I love Centuries. I was watching Always Gold and I'm like, now I have to watch Centuries. I love those two maps. Say something. I can't believe what's man, I wish I knew Ashfur's soliloquy by heart. Honestly, the map that I've hosted that I rewatch the most is probably Always Gold. I like almost never watch any of my other maps. I just watch Always Gold over and over. People do that on like Everything Moves that came out in 2019 or something, or like 2017, and I'm just like, are you really that young? No. Anyone remember the Joan of Arc map? I was literally in the Joan of Arc map. Cries. We thought River Riffle was a girl, and? He can be a girl if he wants to. Reflector is good. I was not in Reflector. I was in, for Alley Cat and Yaw maps, I was in Joan of Arc and Littlefang, I believe. I don't think I joined the Maple Shade one. I can't remember what I was doing at the time. Every time someone says any map after, I feel like for me it's like 2015. I'm like sitting here like watching Wolf and Never Say Die, or not Never Say Die. Oh, We All Still Die, and like Reflector and stuff, and I'm like, those are like the classic map. Or like I watch Velo. I watch Down the Road a lot. I don't know why, but that map is like, I love that one. I just like the vibes of it. So I watch that one a lot. From You. This Love, This Hate. Yeah. Yeah, Down the Road is probably my favorite one you posted. Although I also like the Kings and Queens one. I remember having to pick up a part on Kings and Queens. And it's like one of the quickest animations I've ever done. Actually, that's a lie. The part that I had to pick up for, it was a Whisker Moon map. The one that's like a storybook, and it's my part in that map. I literally did that in like 3 hours. Meet me in the woods. Yeah. I did that at 3 hours at 1 in the morning to 4 a.m. and I had to like go on a car. I had to do like a car journey the next day. I like literally speedran that map part. Because it was the last part and it just got dropped. Man, good times. Little pistol will be done. I do not easily let go of projects. Trust me. I think in the last 10 years, there's only one project that I've had to let go of, and it was very hard for me to let go of it. And it was the 4th Apprentice animation. But I just feasibly could not deliver on it. Like, my standards for myself on, like, doing animation, episodic animations was getting too high for me to ever reasonably be able to turn out a product. I don't know how to explain it. Hey, Catforce, you're not too late. This is only, I think, like, the 2nd cat we've done today. Because we're reading Eclipse right now. Oh, man. Yeah, Eclipse definitely lets you... Well, actually, all of Power of 3 opens up a lot of maps. I mean, you have to get through Sunrise, too, basically. I feel like I don't really want him. I think I just want his eyes to be a little bit bigger. Prologue over the week or something. I definitely think it's more feasible to do like a short story from the books. I don't know how I did it, but like the Dark Path Chosen animation only took me like a summer to do. I mean, I know how I did it. I was not in college or high school. I was literally unemployed. I was literally a NEET. That's how I did it. That would be a fun one, Velo. I actually read Code of the Clans yesterday for like doing timeline shenanigans, and I think the Splash Heart one's really cool. Okay, yeah, the Aspen Tail design. I think that the Ripple Star and Finch Star short would be a really fun, like, short episode to do. I honestly feel like you could do the prologue to Firestar's quest. That would be kind of fun. Yeah, Wirecuts Animated is doing it, but we literally have like 150 people working on it. Like, it's not just an individual person. It is. It's the main boy. I also feel like Purdy doesn't look like he's getting older at all. I feel like if I was gonna do like an animated short or something, I would want to do a 9 Lives ceremony. I feel like doing a 9 Lives short would be so cool. By why is there less? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, honestly, I feel like people are like, there's not as many people hosting like, in my opinion, a map that they're like genuinely wanting to get done. I don't know how to explain it, and I'm not trying to like I'm literally not thinking of any particular person. I haven't really been active in the YouTube like map community in a couple years. But anytime that I join a map, it seems like the hoster is hosting like 5 maps at the same time, and I just feel like, I mean, there used to be a lot of people that would host multiple maps at the same time. Obviously, like, there were a lot of people, but it just feels like people don't... Like, I don't know. Sometimes I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, I feel like making the mistake of hosting many maps at once is one you only make once. And then a lot of the maps that I'm in Discords for, they'll like go quiet for years. Like the host, it's a little bit of a pet peeve of mine when a host sets up a deadline for their project and they do not meet it themselves. Like in my mind, it's like, why would you, I don't know. I like to set an example. Like I always try to meet my own deadlines, and if I can't meet them, then I'm pushing it back for everybody. But so many maps that I'm part of, like some of the last parts are the host parts, and I'm like, dude, how can you expect people to like want to finish by the deadline if you can't even meet your own deadline? It just kind of makes me sad. I've definitely taken over hosting for... I feel like people who take over as hosts as well sometimes kind of give up on the map too easily. I don't know. Hosting map projects is hard. It's hard. It really is. I'm not like trying to say it's easy. Other people can't step up. Yeah, typically, so I remember in Star Clans Chosen, the last couple parts that got dropped, first of all, I always try to ask for whatever they've gotten done, like give it to me. And then I typically split up that part into multiple like aspects so that no one has... So I would get like 2 people on animation for it, and then I get 1 person on layout for it, and then 1 other person maybe is doing like the coloring or the shading or like doing the compositing. Like I'll split it up so that it's even less of like a workload to just throw on someone. And then I usually help because I try to keep myself open towards the end of a project so I can help with whatever. I feel like he could have white whiskers. But I don't think he's had white whiskers on any other poster. Oh, he doesn't even have whiskers. This man is whiskerless. You just want to do patience? Yeah. I'm not against people using the same song for multiple projects. Especially if they're, like, very different. Yeah, hosting maps is hard. Don't get me wrong. It's stressful, it's hard. It was like, come on, man. I feel ya. I personally don't care. I'm like, okay. Like, if there's enough people that wanted to get into a project I hosted that didn't get into it, that you can fill up another project with the same idea, go for it. Why not? And that missed potential. Yeah, Skull. Typically, if somebody's dropping a part for me, I ask them if they have anyone that they would like to be put on it. And, or I have a list of backups and I try... Yeah, you can see the list. And I try to, or, like, I'll keep them in the chat with the other people that are working on the part. I don't know. Like, I specifically remember there was a StarClan's Chosen part that got dropped. Because the person had to step away because of, like, a family emergency. And I think that there were 2 people working on it already. So one person stayed on it. And that same person brought, like, I made sure that everyone I was bringing on to the team to help finish it, they were okay with, and, like, they already had some roughs done, and I don't know. It turned out good. Purdy is teddy bear. Yeah, typically, like, when I'm choosing backups, the people that have applied to be helper or backups have been in the chat the whole time, like, in the Discord. So I feel like they probably have a pretty good idea of what the vibe was or whatever. I do a lot of, when I host, I do a lot of visual updates as well, so I think, like, every 2 weeks, I came out with, like, a whip of StarClan Chosen in the Discord where it'd be like, here's where everyone's at. Like, here's where all the boards are. So you can kind of, like, slowly see it pieced together, but you can also see where the parts around yours are. But I'm, like, a sucker. I honestly love looking at whips. Like, everyone's part all at once. Like, it's inspiring to me. I know a lot of people that don't like doing that because, why can't I make a... Okay, thank you. Sorry, I had to make that blank to start another pool. I'm like the type of person that when I'm in a map and the host isn't giving me like a full whip of the video, I'm like putting it into Premiere myself so I can see like the full whip and get myself hyped up. Okay, we'll add smoke to this one since there's 5 cats on the next row and one of them is gonna have to be removed, but there's only 3 cats on this row. So we will just add smoke to this row. Yeah, Skull, I'm the same way. Some people, I know towards the end when I was sending whips, they'd be like, oh, I just want to wait till the whole thing's done. And I'm like, that's fair. You don't have to watch them. I really like watching them. A big perspective-y show? Ooh. Of shot. Yeah. One of the last maps I did work on, I just did the background on it and like a couple of cleanup frames for the animation, and it was for the Next Up Forever thing. I drew like a giant tree. It took me forever. Yeah, I get it, Puppy. Honestly, Puppy, you're part of, like, my favorite part of StarClan Chosen. That turned out, like, exactly how I had imagined it would be. Like, the part where, the new 4 leaders are, like, watching the old 4 leaders pass on, and then they're going to the Moonstone, and they're all getting their, like, 9 lives. That's, like, my favorite part of StarClan Chosen. It came out exactly how I imagined it to be. I love that part. I'm like, yeah, this is the stuff. I remember when, like, all those parts were just in board form, and I was just like, oh man, this is gonna be good. Watching StarClan Chosen for the first time. Yeah, it's pretty overwhelming. Oh, overwhelming. Flash forward to the end of Centuries. It's so crazy because we could technically do that with the founders now, because we know we have we have confirmation of the canon second leaders of all the clans after Riverstar's home and the updated and expanded like guidebook came out. So we know the second leaders of all the clans. We could do a pass the torch. Oh, I still don't think, I don't think I'd ever do, like, a map that was, like, as big of a scope as, like, StarClan Chosen again. At least I don't have anything planned. But it was fun to do. Like, all of my ideas for, like, new projects are usually, like, they're 1 character focused or 2 character focused. Gorspaw's death. That's my sister's favorite part, too. And she doesn't read Warrior Cats. Strikestone map. No, the map that I'm like the most invested in hosting right now is a Frostpaw map. Frostpaw from Thunder. The other one that I'm very invested in hosting is a Stormfur map and a Tigerheart map. So I think those would be the 3 map ideas I have the most out. So Tigerheart's map would be Tigerheart Shadow / A Vision of Shadows Tigerheart. Stormfur's map would be kind of Stormfur up to Dawn. And the Frostpaw map is pretty much exclusively like her character arc in Thunder. I think those are the 4. I mean, I have a lot of other ideas. I have a Crowfeather map, Crowfeather from Crowfeather's Trial idea. I have another Greywing. I have like 3 Greywing maps I could do. I have like 3 Greywing maps, and I have like 5 Clear Sky Grey Wing maps. I could just do like Always Gold part 50. We're gonna retell the story again. Oh man, Amber, if you applied, I would definitely like let you in. Because I know that you are really good to work with. Always Gold 2. Part 2. Always Gold Part 2 would probably be Dawn of Man by Michael Bowman. If I had to pick. Literally Homestuck song. Oh yeah, I don't mind if people like don't miss deadlines. I just don't want people to miss a deadline and then ghost me for 2 months because I will not be happy. Sandy knows. The Tiger Heart maps would be... Oh goodness, what's that song's name? It's by The Collection. I trust you guys not to run away with this song. Honestly, I don't care. I have video proof that it was my idea first in this stream form. It's the older one by The Collection. If you wanted to check it out. It's not Birds. Birds is actually the map idea I have for Rolling Claw and Pine Star. This entire Listen to the River album from The Collection, I have ideas for every single song on it. I'm currently making a PMV of Sing of the Moon. Yeah, Below. I would, like, honestly trust you to do, boarding / directing, like, just making sure that... Because you had really good ideas for, when you were a co-host for StarClan Chosen. No, the older one is my Stormfur map. The Alchemy of Awe is my Tiger Heart map. Okay, Sandy knows. I don't like this Sandy knows. I want him to look more dad-like. He looks a little bit too young in this picture. I think I did this picture when he was in Hawkwing's Journey. I definitely want him to have, like, a square face, though. Yes, listen to Alchemy of Awe by The Collection, and tell me that it's not, like, Tiger Heart. You have to... I definitely think I'm gonna give him... I think I'm gonna give him the mustache treatment. Nifty-Senpai Tiger Heart map. I also have, like, an idea for an Ashfur imposter map, but I don't know. I feel like that's... I hate doing Ashfur maps, or, like, any Ashfur Squirrel Fight project. I can never get behind it. I have a animation in, like, that I was using to test my lip syncing for Ashfur and Squirrel Fight, and I couldn't get into it. I don't think I'm ever gonna finish it. I should probably just post the whip. I just can't. I don't care enough. Sandy Nose is not still alive. But he dies in the next arc. Actually, he might be in the next poster. Yeah, it's not an Ashfur and Hollyleaf map, Velo. Yeah, Lucky. I'm gonna have 3 separate pictures for all of them. The Broken Code poster I'm having a really hard time populating. So I don't think it will force anybody to be off the poster if I, like, make them into 3. Yeah, Bramblestar might be, like, in ghost form. Dark Forest, Asher. Man, honestly, I'm gonna be surprised. Has anyone... I'm assuming people have been drawing Dark Forest Curl Feather, right? You better have bacon and eggs on the image. I had eggs and ham sandwich for lunch today. Oh yeah, this guy. Honestly, I kind of just want to give him the Dew Spring mustache that I give Dew Spring. Where is he? Look at this man. They're not related. Actually, they are. Dew Spring's his son. Oh my gosh, they are related. Ah, I can do it without... Crowfeather's not dead. And he has done nothing. We can change this. Hey, check. You're not too late. This is only the 3rd cat we've done. Sandy Nose is kind of a douchebag in this arc. Hey, Alistair. Welcome in. I would love it if Crowfeather was dead. I'm bored of him. Me with, like, every single cat that was born before Power of 3. Oh yeah, sorry. I said Curl Feather, not Crowfeather. Wind Clan Deputy after Crow? Honestly, I feel like it's gonna be Breeze. Realistically... Wait. Realistically, I think it's probably gonna be Breeze. Meme-wise, let me see what cats we have. However, meme-wise... Let's see what our allegiances look like. Wind Clan. I think the best name... Well, obviously I want Apple Star. Let's be real here. Apple Star. We've already had a Heather Star, right? Yeah. I feel like Flutterstar would be really awesome. That's like a super awesome name. Gorsetail's dead. Hootstar is cool. I think Hootstar, Flutterstar, Breeze Star, and Apple Star are the best. I don't think we'll get Crow Star. Apple Star, become real. I feel like he will probably retire at the end of Elder's Quest. Because the cover of Elder's Quest makes it seem like Crowfeather is going to go on the journey with Tawny Pelt. Hmm. You think so, Velo? Hawkwing is a very Sky Clan name, let's be real. Yeah, but like, the only one that could replace Tiger Star that has like a Shadow Clan-like name would be not Clover Star. It would have to be like... Dude, there's like no pine stars. There's no pine suffixes. There's a fur. We could have Fur Star. I don't feel like they're doing that, Velo. I feel like... that has maintained my fondness for Hawk since him doing... He does something... He does, like... vaguely does a thing in Star. I feel like I just want him to be, like, more... less square. What does Finleap look like? Okay, yeah, Finleap also. There's no frog. Lizard? There's no lizard. Almost feel like he should be bald. Let's be real. I might baldify him. There are a lot of frogs. There's a spruce star. Spruce? No, because Fur... what's Fur's name? Furbark? One of Cinnamon Tail's kits. Crow Frost Calm Mover. No, we've already done the... I can't just use the same... I can't use the same hairstyle for everybody. Let's be real. Honestly, I feel like we're not long for Squirrel Star. Let's be real. Sideburn Trooper. I think we will get Ivy Star. Ivy Star is not like a super leader name. They sound like regular Warrior Cat names. Catverse. Honestly, I think did we go over this last stream? Squirrelflight's naming cats like 9 out of 10 warrior names. And everyone hates it. Because it's like Grey Whisker and Brindleclaw. Has like another series, maybe 2. You think it could go either way on honestly, after Ivy Pool's Super Edition, I feel more confident that they want her to become leader. I think we'll get a Storm Star Super Edition. I think the Storm Clan Super Edition is going to be the next Super Edition. Fairly confident on that one. Do you think that they'll name it like Storm Clan's Legacy or something like that? I feel like that brings in some like readers that haven't read Warrior Cats in a while, and they'll be like, wait, a whole new clan? I've got to read this book. I want to know if Storm Clan is going to happen before or after Code of the Clans. That's what I want to know. And we'll never know. Do you think... Who do you think will give her her 9 lives? Hollyleaf? Gives her all 9 of them. I haven't finished the current Storm Clan cats. What do you mean? What do you mean? Why are you redrawing a Vision of Shadows cats? Jessica, you have like 20 more cats you need to... What? Why are you walking away from me? That's how I feel. Oh, we might switch over. I've been working on the Wildcats. I'll show you guys. I need to finish... I was working on the old Wildcats. Prowl, Sleek, and whatever his name is. Prowl, Sleek, and the other one. There's a third one, too. The third one's down here. He's just, like, probably the oldest of all of them. He's get the beard. He get the beard. He look like Purdy. I know some people will headcanon that Purdy is a Scottish wildcat. It would be insane. It would be funny. Be like, oh, Purdy, we know him. He's one of Galestar's ancestors. It's like, wait, what? See, Luna? Purdy Sleek. His name was actually Pearl... Dirt. Per tree. Birdies! Stop it, Philo! Purr. I might change his colors around up in here. Just to make them a different color than his mustache. Also, I kind of want to change the color of his markings. What's the Moonpaw discourse? People are just worried that she's gonna be written poorly. That's pretty much the gist of it. Tall stellar, tail stellar. I mean, it's the Warrior Cat fandom. What do you expect? We complain about everything here. There's always someone that will be complaining. You could be right. Catverse. This is possible. I don't know if I like that. I feel like... I know this is all the same color, by the way. I'm just using it to block out markings. I feel like I kind of want to make his, like, chin a darker color. Maybe something like this. Maybe if I change up his eyes a little bit. The fandom puts the war in warriors. This is true. I feel like I'm the only one who doesn't like the way people design Shadow Sight's eyes or any black cat. What do you mean by that, Flamestar? Like specifically the eyes? They also make them Red or an icy blue? On Shadow Sight? I know that the red comes from before he had, like, canon eye color people. Like, it was a very common thing in the fandom to do red eyes. Like, really, really dark red. I don't mind people using, like, really bright colors for black cat eyes. I think that makes them stand out a lot. But yeah, I can't say. I usually see Shadow Sight with either red eyes or, like, amber. I can't really think of a time I've seen blue-eyed Shadow Sight. Maybe when he was, like... Was he ever possessed? He wasn't ever possessed. Like, Root Spring was possessed by Fireheart at some point. See it covers? I feel like some of those creative liberties are coming back, although I feel like some of them have been like, people feel like they could only take those creative liberties in like AU type things. I feel like people in the fandom, like specifically in the map community, kind of confuse the term AU with like a complete reimagining. I don't know how to explain it, but for me, a true AU map is like the Boon Next Up Forever map, where all the characters are exactly the same. They act exactly the same way. They were just put into a different situation. Whereas some maps are like, it feels like they're just completely new characters, or like I don't know what they should be labeled, but I feel like AU doesn't really fit as like a label for that. I'm not sure what they would be labeled as. I'm not like completely against them. I just feel like AU as the label doesn't feel like it fits that well. AU is used extremely broadly in maps. Yeah. That's how I feel sometimes. It's quite confusing. Yeah, Skull. That's a good way of putting it. Like, it's the same actor, but it's a different part that they're playing. That's a really good way to describe it, actually. Hey, Ivy. Like, I'm on Just an Infant map, which is labeled as an AU. It's accurate, but the only thing that's canon divergent is Pine Star goes through with killing Tiger Kit. See, that feels like it is an AU. Like, for me. That, I would say that constitutes as an AU. As long as all the characters are, like, acting exactly the same way, he just, like, picks a different option. We're drawing Sandy Nose. Yeah, Flame. Yeah, we've been talking about Star today, so it is like a starry stream. Star spoilers. Hmm. I feel like I want a little bit... Maybe if I did... Like, I kind of just want a little bit of the brown. Yeah, alternate universes... I don't know. It's really weird. I'm not completely interested in maps that are completely different timelines. Exactly, Amber. That's how I feel. Or I like maps that are... So I'm in a map called The Sailor, which is exploring, like, a different idea of Juniper Claw's role as a border guardian. Which is interesting to me. I wouldn't really call it a AU map, though. It's kind of just like exploring the concept of a border guardian. Oop, I gotta change the music. More depth to the canon concepts. Yeah, that's how I feel, Amber. I mean, I've never hosted a Warcap app that didn't like directly follow the canon when it was available to me, except for in StarClan's Chosen, where I've made tweaks just... Well, honestly, there's a lot of tweaks to the canon timeline in Little Pistol just to make it flow better as a story. But they're tweaks that feel necessary for the runtime of Little Pistol. They're pirates. They're cowboys. Like, they're parodies. Yeah, I could never get behind those. And, like, the things that I usually change are, in my opinion, make the story more satisfying. So, like, one of the things I changed in StarClan's Chosen is that I gave Crooked Star gives Leopard Star life. That doesn't happen in reality. But it's way less satisfying to have all the other leaders, former leaders, give their, like, leaders a life, except for Leopard Star not getting one from Crooked, and, like, getting one from, like, River Star or some bullcrap. I feel like he almost... Ooh, yeah. I feel like if he had eyebrow marks, that would actually work a lot. Because then I could make his eyebrows the darker color that I'm looking for. I feel like he feels like he aged 20 years. Good. This man is old. He's not that old, actually. Let me check. Sandy nose. I don't know. He's an apprentice in SkyClan and the Stranger. So let me see when SkyClan and the Stranger happened. SkyClan and the Stranger happens in the beginning of year 5. And so at the end of Raging Storm, he would be 7 years old. Ish, I would say. Man, that hair is not doing it for me. Like, that color of hair is honestly not really doing it for me. I don't know. It's like I can't get it to look good. I almost feel like I kind of want it. His name's Sandy Nose, right? So, like, what if I gave him... I mean, technically speaking, I've given him, like... Yeah, he's bald now. Sorry. Bald, not bald heart. Honestly, I feel like if I just make it smaller... Stringy old man desperately trying to deny that he's losing his hair. That's so specific. I know exactly what you're talking about, though. I feel like he doesn't have to look too old. I mean, like, he's like Lion Blaze age, basically, I would say. I feel like if I just gave him, like, more typical tabby markings... Goodness gravy. I kind of want him... I mean, I want him to have this dark red on him, on his face. But I almost feel like he should have it, like... as a mask, more than anything. Sandy Nose is like, you better have insurance for that. Do you guys like watching me? Like, this is a genuine question. Because I feel like watching me redesign is probably one of the most boring things to do because I'm so quiet when I do it. Like, I'm not good at describing what I'm not liking in a design. Like, I go so quiet when I'm just, like, tweaking little things. I feel like it's not very entertaining. You can read my brain thoughts. Philo's got a subscription to my brain. Honestly, I feel like maybe if I made it a little darker. No. I don't really like that color with his pelt. Like, what's his actual description? How much undo do I have on this computer? Okay. What's his actual description? The new book preview in 2 weeks. It was quite close. Okay. Sandy Nose is a stocky, light brown tabby with ginger legs and amber eyes. Oh my gosh, guys. Look at this freaking... Look at this. This is criminal. Look at this picture. Please. Wait, so does he have amber eyes or yellow eyes? Amber eyes, okay. That's so bad. Maybe I'll just give him a stripe. I should just give him the gray stripe treatment. You just get a stripe on your head now, dude. Sorry. Let's see. What if I just got rid of all of this and just made his top half like a darker color? It's sandy in here. Wait, he's light brown, did I say? Stocky light brown tabby. Or maybe if I just did this. I feel like he could have like a brown nose to be like he's Sandy Nose. Like, what if I gave him... This guy's looking less and less like Sandy Nose. I'm like looking at him and I'm just like, this guy's not Sandy. Give him nose spot. I could give him a nose spot, actually. That's actually an okay idea. I know there's a dot. I've just been doodling. He's ugly. Don't call him out like that. See, I honestly feel like he would be better without any red on his... I feel like I need to design him full, like, design his full body. Like, he feels like a cat that I need to design the whole body for. Yeah, I'm thinking, Amber, that we might have been staring at this man for too long. Like, he's really not... Yeah, I think we're gonna have to step away and think about him for a little bit. Let him simmer a little. I also drew him really, really tiny. Sandy Nose Whip. I think I'm gonna have to design him completely, like completely redesign his whole entire, like, body and all that before I can actually solidify a, head design. Because right now, he's giving me... I'm not sure who he's giving me, but it's not Sandy Nose. Okay. We'll take a break on him. Yeah, Sandy Nose. There was another cat we had to do that to. Russet Fur. During the Omen of the Stars poster, we had to... I spent a whole string... Like, I spent like a solid 40 minutes trying to get her down, and then I couldn't do it. So we had to come back to her another day. And that other day, like, I did it in like a split second. It wasn't that bad. Strike Stone, Squirrel Flight, Tawny Pelt, Tiger Star. Velvet is on here. He was added by popular vote. Strike Stone Gang. Bye boy. We have 3 Tawny Pelt relations. Strikestone is the only one of Dawn Pelt's children we have not done. Because we've done Juniper. And we've done Sleek Whisker. I do. X Lil. There's a link in the description of this video to my website. And allow me to shill a moment. I'll show you. You requested him? It's okay, Velo. You don't have to do anyone I requested. I just did it. I requested Brackenfur. You should do Brackenfur. Do Brackenfur. I don't care. I tried to give you like a bunch of characters from like all over the arc, so like you could pick whichever one. Okay, it's time to... This stream is sponsored by my own website, Nifty-Senpai.BigCartel.com. Have you seen stuff on this stream that you want on your wall? Well, look no further, except for these sold out stuff. Ignore that. I'm totally ordering keychains and posters before the end of this month. But I mean, you want a Moonpool print? You want the Into the Wild print? I actually am gonna put up pre-orders for the Dawn of the Clans one soon. But yes, you can also get Arc 8 button set with Sun, Night, Frost, Splash, Berry, and Curl. And Rusty's in stock, Dove's in stock, Ivy's in stock. I'm restocking Squirrel, Raven, and Gray. And I'm gonna be restocking this. The ThunderClan camp is misprinted, and it's not online yet because I need to take a picture of it. Buy it now! Ask your parents for those 4 wacky credit card numbers. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's it. That's the end of the sponsor. Strikestone's winning! You guys are too kind to me. Wait, where's Strikey? See ya, Fabi. Where's Strikestone? Where did he go? There he is. Baby. I've actually already drawn his headshot, by the way. I just need to clean it. This is his new colors. His new colors match Tawny Pelts more. His old picture before I realized the glory of Strikestone looks like this, by the way. I have redesigned him. I need to draw him at all ages. Yeah, I'll probably do a different pose. He doesn't get his ear maimed until Squirrelflight's Hope. So I have no idea. He might be in the next poster because he's one of the cats that gets trapped by Ashfur. Like, he's one of the spirits that gets trapped by Ashfur. So he might be in the next poster. And if he is, then he would have his ear. See Ivy? You just remembered who he is. Duh boy. I have no idea, Tails. I'm still trying to fill that poster, honestly. Who's he next to? Strikestone and Squirrelflight. Or Tawny Pelt and Squirrelflight. I don't think either of those guys take up too much extra, so I think he can be a little fluffy. I have no idea how I'm gonna do the ghosts. I doubt that I'm gonna make them look possessed and soulless. Let's be real here. Also, for cats that die in that arc, I tend to draw them alive looking. However, I feel like in Broken Code, a lot of cats that are dead have much more screen time. But I mean, I drew Spotted Leaf as alive. I don't know. I haven't been thinking about it too much, honestly. I spent way more time last week finalizing the Starless Clan poster. A surprising number of times. It's honestly true. I feel like you could say that about Reed Whisker. Band kids playing drums, as one does. I can't believe the first iteration of this poster didn't have Strikestone on it, guys. He was added at a later date. Can you believe this? I've had like an entire character development change from beginning this poster. I know. How could I have forgotten the main character? You don't even know if you're joking. I am very much joking, Amber. So this is the joke for people that haven't been in the chat the whole time. So when I started the A Vision of Shadows poster, I wanted to reread A Vision of Shadows before because like Amber and many others, Arc 6 for me, I like barely remember any characters except for like the main 12 that are relevant. And so I was having a really hard time to filling the poster. And as I was reading A Vision of Shadows, I kind of came to the conclusion that the reason that A Vision of Shadows falls flat so much is not because nothing happens in it, but because the main characters that we watch feel so disconnected or like uncaring about any like minor character arcs that are happening. And I think that the biggest contender or like the biggest, what's the word I'm looking for? Promoter of this is Violet Shine. Because there's so many interesting little mini character arcs that happen in Shadow Clan, but because Violet Shine just doesn't care about Shadow Clan at all, we like see them happen, but we never get to fully like experience someone that's invested in trying to like help the issues. And the example I gave of this was Rowan Starr's character arc, which I find is one of the most interesting character arcs in the last half of A Vision of Shadows. I like Juniper Claw's character arc, and I like Dawn Pelt's character arc. Like, we see Dawn Pelt go from supporting her father and her mother, but when they leave, like, after the kin is taken over, she's like, well, I can't leave my kids. And then she realizes that Darktail's bad, and she helps Strikestone and Juniper Claw escape, but she ends up drowned by Darktail. I like Crowfrost's character arc is kind of an interesting one, like him trying to step up as deputy, like during the illness. Yeah, so there's a lot of character development that's happening that's very much glossed over from Violet Paw's point of view, because she just hates, like, she really only cares about Needletail. So when I started thinking about this, I'm like, all the characters that I really want to see develop more and, like, follow more are related to Strikestone. Strikestone's the normal one in the family. He's the one, his mom and dad, his dad kind of, like, turns his back on them, even though when the apprentices leave to join Darktail in Thunder and Shadow, Strikestone is one of the only apprentices that stays with Shadow Clan and, like, earns his actual warrior's name. Like, Rowan Star actually gives him his warrior's name. And he, like, genuinely wants to try to be part of this Shadow Clan. He doesn't join until Donpel, like, joins with, joins the kin. So I was, like, sitting there and I'm thinking, Strikestone is, like, the perfect character to see all of this happen, because he's very invested. A lot of it's his family. And so that's where the Strikestone's the main character of A Vision of Shadows comes from. I feel like he could be like a Sunbeam. I know Sunbeam's probably one of the weakest character protagonists in A Starless Clan, but I feel like she has the most investment to some, like, character arcs. She might not have a lot of character herself, but she is quite invested in, like, what other people are going through, which is interesting. Anyway, Strikestone for point of view. I just want to be a background character. Like, my rewrite of A Vision of Shadows is you keep all of the plot points the same, but Strikestone is the point of view. That's it. Nothing else happens. Strikestone dies in the battle in Veil of Shadows, I think. Like, he dies against the like the giant battle against the imposter. He's one of the cats that dies in it. I also really like, so he's invested in all these characters. Like, when Sleek Whisker comes back after Sky Clan's been merged after Shadow Clan's been merged into Sky Clan and Sleek Whisker comes back, he's one of the characters that's sneaking food to him and to her and Yarrowleaf, and he supports Juniper Claw. He, like, believes Juniper Claw didn't poison any Sky Clan cat, but as soon as it's, like, 100% confirmed he did, he, like, feels very betrayed. I don't know. I feel like he could have been a really interesting point of view. Violet Paw kind of treats him not as, like, she doesn't treat him like he does the other apprentices either. Like, there's this one scene, not sure, I think it's in, I'm pretty sure it's in Thunder and Shadow, where she's like thinking of who she can confide in that's still in Shadow Clan. This is when Needletail, she has left the kin and she's now back in the Shadow Clan before the kin takes over. And so she's looking to see, Donpel's her mentor, but she actually sees if Strikestone, like, she's almost willing to talk to him about her problems, which I think is an interesting concept. So he's not, like, outright antagonistic. I don't know, man. It is that one post, Nia. I feel like getting into the background cast, I really like Shadow Clan in A Vision of Shadows. I really like a lot of the little tiny things that are going on in it. Like Puddle Shine, like having to deal with the plague, like the Yellow Cough plague, and he actually gets, like, his first... See, but it's all freaking Violet Paw's point of view, and she doesn't give a crap. Like, Puddleshine, we see Puddleshine get his first vision from StarClan right in front of Violet Paw, where he's just like, he's like, oh my gosh, he's been training for like 2 months, and like a StarClan cat's never come to him, and he still thinks that he was just picked because he was like, I don't know, because he had to. But Yellowfang finally comes to him and is like, let me teach you what this is. Let me tell you what, like, they actually like start confiding in him, and he feels like a true medicine cat for that first time. But Violet Paw is just like, okay. Okay. I honestly just hate Violet Paw's point of view. It's so hard to read for me. Show Needletail's relationship with the older... Exactly. So I feel like Apprentice Quest would have felt less slow and like draining in the journey part if you had like a character like Strike Paw in Apprentice Quest that's showing us how the other apprentices feel. Like, we're actually getting a point of view from one of the apprentices. So like when the coup starts in the next book, it doesn't feel like it's completely like we haven't seen anything that leads up to this, you know? Nod sagely. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Thank you for coming to my Strike Stone is just Sunbeam TED Talk. Strike Stone Super Edition. Puddleshine to die? Why? He's like super young. Insight into culture divide happening. Yeah, and then I feel like Apprentice Quest wouldn't have felt super boring. Like, Apprentice Quest has a lot of filler in it. That's just not fun to read. Nah, we'll never get the Strike Zone Super Edition. I'll have to write it myself. Too bad I can't write. Strike Stone is Sunbeam. Wait, hold. His wiki page is honestly not that exciting. But also, think about this. He is the mentor to Blazepaw, like Blazefire. So we'd get more Blazefire, too. I like Blazefire. He's also one of the cats in Shadow Clan that goes in River of Fire. He sees the ghost cats. Like, he's one of the Shadow Clan cats that's picked to witness, like, Tree bringing back the ghost cats, which we see from Violet Shine's point of view. I'm telling you, man, you wouldn't even have to rewrite any, like, major plot points that happen in A Vision of Shadows. You just see it from a more sympathetic eye. He's actually, I think so Crowfrost dies in Thunder and Shadow, and I might be wrong about this, but I think he's the only one of Crowfrost's, children that's actually still in camp when he dies. I think that could be a sweet scene. A new mission? Okay, Brock, let me know. I will read it. Oh, anyone can yoink any of my ideas. I'll never do anything with like 90% of them.
Okay, so Strike Stone is like the one point of view I would change. Like, Violet Paul, get out of here. Strike Stone, you're in. And then my other one, which is more of like an Ancient Aliens crazy guy voice, that I'm not as like my pitch for it, my elevator pitch for Strike Stone is pretty strong nowadays. This one's not as strong. Hair Spring for the third point of view. Replace Alder after the first book. Let me explain. I feel like giving him character development could be interesting. And I feel like him being like a coward, and I like his character development in Thunder and Shadow. I would love to see it. I would love to see like WindClan. Like, you wouldn't even have to rewrite a lot of it. Strike doesn't have any canon eye color, Brock. That's the best part. I can make it whatever I want. Wait, hold on. Let me make sure that's right. I'd also... I don't know. He's a main character now. Yeah. He's a brown Tabby and white Tom. One of his ears is shredded, and he has completely lost his hearing in that ear. And that happens in Squirrelfly Toad. He gets in a fight with the sisters. Yeah. Here you go. Here's his personality and traits. Shrikestone is a loyal Shadow Clan warrior, opting to stay in his birth clan rather than become a rogue, even though he agreed with the brief rebellion of Needletail. While he can be short-tempered compared to both of his littermates, he is considerably more level-headed and observant. I love him. He's my new baby. I believe Ashfur kills him. He's killed in battle. I guess we don't know exactly who killed him. What's up, Check? The Strikestone indoctrination is real. I think it's the imposter, but I think he just dies in battle, so we don't know exactly who killed him. Aw, that's sad, Check. I'd just be there for him. And state my case. Me coming up with the job of the A Vision of Shadows graphic novel artist and being like, okay guys, I know this sounds crazy, but here's my idea. My baby. Oh, you're so big. Why are you so big? Spireclaw and Fringe Whisker that they were both born outside of their clan and had to be found and brought back. Oh, that's so cool. You're right. That is very interesting. Also, why is this off? Like, thank you. Make a little mini comic on it. You could. You really could. Yeah, because Fringe is born at the Gorge, right? She's part of the, she's part of, like, the Gravel, Fringe, Sunny, and someone else. Pigeon, I think? Pigeon. My favorite thing ever would be if some background character we never heard of just switched clans right away. Yeah, they did that with Fringe Whisker and Spireclaw, and then they also did that with Shellclaw, Shellfur, and Fernstripe. And then they didn't do anything with that for 6 books, and then finally Fernstripe's like, actually I'm here too, guys. Okay, next cat pool. See ya, check. Half of ThunderClan would be wiped out if it was written by the fans. You're probably not wrong, Ferret. Shelfer and Fernstripe. Shelfer was against clan swapping. Yeah, I feel like ThunderClan could afford to lose a couple of their warriors. Like, I'm sitting here like, why couldn't Shelfer have joined WindClan? I think WindClan and RiverClan have, like, at least, like, 10 less cats than all the other clans. We have 2 kitty pets on this row. Zelda and Velvet will both get the kitty pet logos. Smoke, I'll probably get the kitty pet logo. I think that's it, though. Oh, I mean, I don't think Violet's... I just feel like Violet's a little bit too antisocial for a Weircat protagonist. Like, she's always complaining about Twig Branch asking questions and being, like, nosy and all this stuff, but I'm like, that's what I'm expecting from a Weircat protagonist. I want people to feel nosy. I want my protagonist to, like, witness character moments. Violet Shine's just like, I don't want to ask anyone anything that would, like, make them talk about their feelings. And I'm like, girl, ask them. How crowded clan dens are. A French Whisker and getting to talk to someone else about, like, adjusting. Yeah. The, honestly, the scene in Star of Squirrel Flight being, or Squirrel Star being like, we can't have any more cats in our clans because we literally don't have enough room. And everyone is like, we can build another den. Like, we can build it. And it was so funny. They were like, well, we can just make another den. I'm like, guys, you have like 50 cats. You need to stop. I agree, Jenny. She also feels like she's a little, like, she's different from her point of view. Also, Twig arguably does more for, like, the overall plot of A Vision of Shadows than Violet. I know Violet's the one that sneaks cats out of Shadow Clan, or out of the kin. That's pretty much the only thing she ever does for, like, the overall plot of A Vision of Shadows. Twig Branch goes out to look for their mother. Twig Branch is the one that finds Sky Clan. Twig Branch is the one that... Well, that's about what all she does, too. Let's be real here. Well, she's, like, also the one that, just advocates for Sky Clan being there. Like, Violet Shine never try, like, she just does whatever she Like, she never tries to do anything. Yeah, you don't see her sneak people out. Like, I feel like she could have just done that, and it would have been even more... Or, I mean, Strike Zone could have helped. Older Heart is literally just worried about the StarClan prophecies the entire rest of the arc. Like, he's literally just worried about the, all of this. He's basically used so that we get all the prophecies. A Vision of Shadows has, like, a bajillion prophecies. Like, the cat with the six-toed cat, don't neglect, like, I don't know. There's just so many freaking prophecies. Yeah, Strike Stone could have helped. And he would have had a reason to sneak cats out. Those would have been his, like, kin and his mentor and his... Well, actually, his mentor was Wasptail, I think. And Wasptail dies from Yellow Cough. But see, we could have gotten the... We could have gotten the sacrifice scene that we get with Violet Paw and Needletail. But it was Strike Stone and Dawn Pelt. You know? Like, we could have gotten that same scene. It would have just been Dawn Pelt. Honestly, Amber, I completely agree with you. The best parts of A Vision of Shadows are the super editions. And I hope that never happens again. Like, that should never happen. The super editions that surround A Vision of Shadows totally shadow the main arc. Okay, I'm about to close the poll. You better get your votes in, otherwise it's Violet. Not that that's a bad thing. I don't think it's a burn. But it really shouldn't happen. Yeah, Firestar is always up in people's business. That's why he's a good protagonist. Because he's always worried about everybody. So we get to see... Like, he always is checking in with people and making sure that people are, like, okay. And where's Violet? I really like Tiger Heart Shadow. I guess it is just Hawkwing's Journey and Tiger Heart Shadow that happens around that era. I guess you could say Squirrelflight's Hope. I would consider that a Broken Code book, though. Violet Shine's a fine cat. I just think she was not the right pick for protagonist. See you, bro. Yeah, Jenny. A lot of people feel that way. I honestly feel like Squirrelflight's Hope. How do I want to word this? What they did in Squirrelflight's Hope feels like what they wanted to do at the end of the arc, but they didn't have the idea yet. Does that make sense? Squirrelflight's Hope is like a very contested super edition, Amber. People either really like it or they really hate it. Or they like it or hate it, not like really like it or really hate it, but they either think it's really like quite good or it's not. It's like one of the worst ones. Tiger Heart Shadow. I honestly really like Tiger Heart and Dovewing's relationship. I really like it. Has like one of my favorite scenes in it. It's like the scene that looks like it feels like it came out of a soap opera when Dovewing is like meeting up with Tiger Art and she's like, I'm expecting kits, and he's like, my kids? And she like slaps him across the face, and she's like, of course they're your kids, you idiot. Squirrelfly Taupe is an episode in misery. All of the scenes that I remember from Squirrelfly Taupe are like unnecessarily cruel scenes. AKA like Spark Pelt's chapter. I remember reading that chapter and I'm just like, I was just like dumbfounded by how cruel that chapter was. It just feels very mean-spirited. Or it feels like ruthlessly cruel. I don't know. Honestly, I've only read Squirrelfly Taupe once. You didn't care about it. That's pretty much how I feel, Amber. Like, I don't remember having any strong feelings towards him at all. Like, I never hated him. But after Tiger Heart Shadow, I quite liked him. And then in Broken Code is when it really he really solidified me as like one of my favorite characters that are still alive. Honestly, I feel like Tiger Star and Bramble Star, people are gonna hate me for this. I feel like Tiger Star and Bramble Star in Squirrelfly Taupe are completely devoid of like, they're completely split from the rest of the canon personality that they've been giving. Even if it's, like, literally bare nothing. Like, the way that Bramblestar and Tiger Star act in Squirrelfly Taupe, they never act like that again, and they never acted like that before. And I think that came from me. I read Squirrelfly Taupe right after I read A Vision of Shadows. And in A Vision of Shadows, Brimblestar is actually, like, he's a pretty calm and collected leader. Like, he's kind of tired. He's a little bit more unsure of, like, sticking his nose into people's businesses as, like, Firestar was. He's, like, a little bit more low-key. But he's honestly a pretty good leader, and his relationship with Squirrelflight in A Vision of Shadows is, like, not tumultuous at all. And then you get Squirrelflight's Hope, and it feels like whiplash. You're like, what? I guess that's kind of what I don't like about Squirrelflight's Hope. It feels like it's not the only book that's like this, but Squirrelflight's Hope feels like the characters written in it were written specifically for that story. It feels like it doesn't have any canon compliance other than that. Honestly, Bramblestar is he's a very decent leader in A Vision of Shadows. Like, he's very unproblematic. He's a very good dad to Alderheart. I feel like Alderheart and Bramblestar have a better relationship than Squirrelflight and Alderheart do. Alderheart goes from having respect and confidence in himself because his dad's telling him to have confidence to himself to having confidence and in just, like, inner confidence. I don't know. Like, Bramblestar's a pretty good dad. Let's be real here. He was also a good dad to the 3 and Power of 3. And he even tries to be, like, cordial with Lion Blaze and Jay Feather, I feel like, in Omen of the Stars. Like, he's never outright mean to them or anything. He never, like... I don't know, man. He is cardboard. Like, right now, I'm giving him more personality than he's ever had in the books. But I can genuinely, like... It's kind of baffling to me that people just, like, really don't like him. I feel like there's not enough there for me to have, like, a very strong impression on his arc. Yeah, puppy, that's how I feel. I'm, like, kind of sitting here and, like, can you imagine, like, you went on Dr. Phil and it's not your kid? Like, it's not your kid's fault that that happened, but man, that's really awkward. Like, how are you supposed to act? I don't know. I've also never really been... Like, I just really don't care about Squirrelflight and Brambleclaw. I really don't care at all. I feel like it wasn't until Squirrelflight's Hope that people, like, genuinely hated Brambleclaw, though. Like, there was no... Like, that book switched everyone's opinions on Bramblestar. It was that book. Because before that, there were maps coming out with, like, their... Like, we had the five bells or whatever, or gold bells map. There was a lot of maps with Squirrelflight and Brambleclaw's relationship, like, with them getting back together at the end of Omen of the Stars and all that stuff. And so, I mean, nowadays, you can't. Like, no one would host, like, a... What's it called? What's the map called? Like, 5 bells are ringing. Is it called 5 bells? Okay, you guys. Time to Google. Yeah, anything you can do. That one's not really a ship map, though. It's kind of just like a... That was their relationship in New Prophecy. That's, like, completely based off of Midnight and Moonrise. 5 bells map. Yeah, it's called 5 bells. Yeah, strictly. That's exactly what I feel like. I mean, and like I said, I feel like Squirrelflight's Hope... Who wrote Squirrelflight's Hope? Was it Kate? Did Kate write Squirrelflight's Hope? I feel like she did. It just feels so disconnected. Honestly, Squirrelflight's Hope feels like it was written by somebody that hadn't wrote a single Werecat book before. I think it was Kate, though, that wrote it. Yeah, puppy, they do that a lot. Like, Finleap. Finleap they do that with. When people hate Finleap, and it's literally just because of his, like, one scene in Raging Storm, which I would argue that every single character in Raging Storm has the same disease as Squirrelflight's Hope, where it feels like they're not the same character. Like, even Twig Branch doesn't really act like Twig Branch in Raging Storm. A lot of books during that time feel super weird. I think I agree with you, Velo. Let me see what books came out around that time. I think it was because, like, they just brought in the new team of writers, and
Okay. So Raging Storm comes out. So, see, Crowfeather's Trial comes out in September of 2018, right? Crowfeather's Trial book is like one of my favorite super editions. It's really solid. It's super interesting. It went from me not liking Crowfeather to like actually respecting his like character development and everything. So Crowfeather's Trial comes out. Then Raging Storm comes out. It's written by Kate. It's really weird. I think it's the worst book of all of A Vision of Shadows. And then you're right, Velo. Shadowstar's Life, Redtail's Debt, and Tawny Pelt's Clan all come out in April. It's written by Clarissa. It's the first novella set where they brought a new author to write it. All three of those books are absolutely nothing. They leave you with absolutely nothing. Oh yeah, and then Lost Stars comes out. Spoils the fact that Leafpool dies in Scrollflight's Hope. But it's written by Cherith. Scrollflight's Hope comes out, which is written by Kate. So I don't know what Kate was on during, like, probably the beginning of 2018, like all of 2018. I don't know what she was on, but she was not on her A game. Yeah, I honestly feel like I remember I stopped reading for a while. Yeah, Ginny, exactly. Even though Clarissa, the person that they used, or the person that wrote those novellas, and she was also in charge of writing the novellas from that day forward, because Vicky actually left after, I think Vicky left halfway through Dawn of the Clans. Clarissa was an editor for, like, she's been an editor for Warrior Cats for, like, a decade. So she's not, like, new to Warrior Cats. But she was new to writing the books. But she sure did make it seem like she was new to writing Warrior Cats. Because, like, Redtail's Debt is stupid. Shadowstar's Life, yeah, man, I just... Warrior Cats has gone through some times. I'm pretty sure Clarissa's the person they're gonna get to replace Kate on writing the main arcs, by the way. I don't know anyone else that they would pick for the job. But yeah, you should read Crowfeather's Trial, Amber. Have you read Ivypool's Heart? Okay, if you like Ivypool's Heart, you'll like Crowfeather's Trial. Ivypool's Heart is one of those books where people either like it or hate it, or like don't like it. But everyone that I've talked to that liked Ivypool's Heart also liked Crowfeather's Trial. Why are your head so wide, girl? Girl. Yeah, Crowfeather's Trial really flies under the radar for a lot of people. It flew under the radar for me because no one really talked about it when it came out. But when I actually, like, read it, I was like, this is one of my favorite super editions. Just, like, the exploration of Crowfeather's, like, character and Breezepelt's character, and I don't know, it was quite an interesting read. One of those old Tumblr posts about Warrior Cats in high school. I have the knowledge.
if you're willing to listen. I can tell you about the history. You know, there's the one scene in the there's this one scene in the Elder's Quest sneak peek where it's like Oakford telling the kids about like all of these things, and they're like, "That's another story." I'm like, "That I am a boomer." That's exactly how I feel on stream. About how to mourn when you don't have a guaranteed of an afterlife. Yeah, it was really interesting, and Ivy Fool's Heart has a lot of filler, like they're like constantly hungry 24/7. But I'm gonna lighten her up a little bit. It's okay. I mean, it's a really short book. It's actually the shortest super edition they've ever made by like quite a few pages. Which is crazy because it feels like it has just as much filler in it as any other super edition. Firestar was the principal. That'd be funny. Lighten her up just a little bit more. It's gotta be printable. I have to lighten up all my characters to be like more printable. Yeah, it literally takes me like... When I read Star after stream, I think I read it in like 3 hours. I don't know. I was really hungry afterward, let's be real. Okay, she has a different... Wait, her face shape's a little different. Like, she doesn't have even markings. No, she doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. I like reading warrior cats. Okay, her upper side. It's very nostalgic to me. I'm like past the age where I feel like embarrassed I'm still reading a kid's book. And I'm like, I'm reading the kid's book because it was marketed to me when I was a kid. And I get the nostalgia from it. And so now I'm like, whatever, I read kids' books. It's like the people that still buy like Smurf merchandise. Or like the Power Rangers in their 30s. This is my soap opera. Exactly. Wanted to read the Magic Treehouse series again. That would be awesome, actually. Those books. There's a lot of those books too. Are there more Magic Treehouse books than there are Warrior Cat books? There probably are. I feel like they were already on like a book like 100 and something when I was a kid. They're still making them too. I feel like this must be how people feel when they see my booth at an anime convention. Then they're like, holy crap, this Warrior Cats? And they're like, I remember reading these books when I was a kid. They're still making them. And then they're like, wow, no way. And they walk away. That must be how they feel. Animorphs for the first time. I like kids' books because I can turn off my brain. I read other books. Like, I'm reading... Well, I have House of Leaves coming in the mail. I really want to read that. But I also like reading kids' books. Animorphs is really good, genuinely. Plague Dogs. I have not read Plague Dogs. I saw the animation quite a few years ago. I listen to a lot of audiobooks of, like, autobiographies. But they're usually, like, autobiographies of, actors and stuff. After enjoyed reading Watership Down, The Other Adams. Yeah. I actually just watched the original Watership Down, like, last year, I think, for the first time. I watched it for a concept I was working on, where they wanted it to resemble some scene in Watership Down. Or they wanted to get inspiration from it or something like that. I have this one YouTuber I watch, and he reviews, like, really weird animations that are, like, dark or, like, indie. Like, he reviewed this one animation. Like, he reviews a lot of animation that's coming out of Korea right now. There was this one with, like, a sushi fish or something like that. I don't know. I like his voice. But he reviewed, like, Watership Down and this one series that was kind of reminded me of Secret of Nim, but it was like a whole forest of animals. She had like 5 different colors in her eyes. Main character syndrome. If you ever finish from another book series, I have no idea which book series I would like go for though. Like all the others, well, I don't really follow any book series as much. Like I follow authors, but they usually just do a bunch of like separate stories. You could do Wings of Fire, Velo. Are there Wings of Fire design blogs? I'm sure there are. I feel like it would be interesting to see how you could make the dragons look different, but still feel like they're from the same tribe. He gets the Sky Clan logo. Trying to make every notable Wings of Fire character into a plush? Whoa. That's hardcore. Wait, so they do that? So Wings of Fire is like one of those I hate fandoms like that where they're like, there's official designs of what they're supposed to look like, so you can't have any fun. No fun allowed. So we started with Leaf Star, then we did Purdy. Did I miss one? Oh yeah, we were working on Sandy Nose. What does he look like? Oh no. Why do I like Strike Stone? I think I explained that like about an hour ago, Stay6, but I like him because I think that he would be a sympathetic character to view the lens of like Shadow Clan during A Vision of Shadows. And I feel like we could get a lot of good character moments from people that are close to him. "99% of where Wings of Fire artists draw them somewhat resembling Joy-Ann's art, and it's fine, but I want to get creative." I'm worried that that'll start happening with Werecats as we get more and more official designs for characters. Like, I've already gotten some asks on Tumblr where people will be like, well, can you draw the design but based on the mini? And I'm like, no. You can do that if you want. I'm not gonna do that. No, you're fine, Stasic. I didn't mean it like I'm not gonna explain it to you because I did it an hour ago. It was like probably like a 10-minute tinfoil hat rant, and I don't want to put people through that again. So close. But yeah, I just feel like he would have been a more sympathetic lens to view the plight of Shadow Clan in A Vision of Shadows. Okay, so we're on the next row. 1, 2, 1, 2, okay. Against people deemed design control freaks. Yeah, I mean, people used to be, I mean, when the series just started, people were like really design freaks. Like, that's why we got the Dove Wings eye controversy and the Scourge's collar controversy. I feel like as the fandom's gotten older, it's not as controversial anymore. Birch Bark and Bramble Star. Wait, rain wings with beaks like toucans? That's actually really cool. That's true. Official merch isn't consistent. I know that some, like, I think the Scourge stuffed animal has like a red collar, but the Scourge mini I think has like a purple collar, and yeah. I feel like when I was reading Wings of Fire, I just imagined what the character looked like on the cover, but that's just because I was reading it for the first time and I had nothing else to base it on. Canon Warrior Cat colors and names era. Yeah. Usually, when I design like anthro characters, they're a normal pelt color, but like I'll give them cool clothes. I'm like, they're normal looking, but they have cool clothes. Amber wasn't a fully accepted prefix yet. I feel like when I came up with Apple Fur, it wasn't a prefix yet either. Or Apple Blaze. Because Apple... No, there was an Apple Kit in, it was just an Apple Kit, though. Because there was an Apple Kit in New Prophecy. Birch Bark Sweep. Bee-Nose Sweep. What Bee-Nose look like? I think she's a little plump. Yeah, she got hair. Did we not get an Amber until Amber Moon? Hold on, I gotta check this. No, I'm pretty sure that there's an Amber Claw in, Code of the Clans. Let me check. Yeah, there's an Amber Claw. And there's an Amber Leaf. But I can't remember if Amber Leaf came out before or after, because Amber Leaf was in Yellowfang's Secret. I think Amber Leaf was before... Let me check. So Code of the Clans came out... I remember when Code of the Clans came out. Yeah, it came out right before The Fourth Apprentice. And Yellowfang's Secret came out after The Last Hope. So Code of the Clans was the first time that there was an Amber Claw. Actually, no, wait. I think Amber Claw is from Battles of the Clans. No, Cloudstar's Journey and Battles of the Clans. So, actually, because Battles came out in... Oh, goodness. No, Battles came out in Fading Echoes. So, yeah. Amber Claw is the first iteration of using the amber as a prefix. Yeah, Yellowfang's Secret came out right after Omen of the Stars ended. And I know that because after Omen of the Stars ended, I took a huge hiatus of, like, reading Warrior Cats. So... a lot of those super editions, I never read. Okay. Minos. I mean, I've read them all now, but I read them many years after they came out. Y'all let Stinky Beanos win. I think Beanos and Birchbark honestly have, like, the same amount of scenes. Oh, Beanos has, like, one... Yeah, honestly, she has, like, the same amount of scenes. Junior in high school. Yeah. I'm gonna be real with people. I stopped reading Warrior Cats, like, at Fading Echoes. And then I reread it. Or Night Whispers or something. Because for the longest time, I didn't have the hardcover of Sign of the Moon. Which means I must have stopped reading it as they came out when that happened. And I remember... So... I remember, not reading. I think I read Night Whispers. I think I did read Night Whispers. But then I didn't pick back up Warrior Cats until, like, I think the first battle was about to get released. Or maybe the Blazing Star. I was, like, really deep into Homestuck at that point. I was, like, basically just reading Homestuck. And also, like, anime. I started watching anime. The first battle was your first Warrior Cats book? That's so interesting, Clay. How did you like it? Exactly. I feel like... Honestly, if you think about it, Amber, so it makes a lot of sense. Because if you think about it, the book started in 2003, right? And I started reading them in... I started reading them in, like, 2007 or 2006. And that was when I was, like, in 8th grade. So the books that were coming out, like Night Whispers and, like, Sky Clean's Destiny, was in 2010. So I'm in 10th grade at that point. So now I'm, like, in a completely new demographic of, like, reading at this point. Like, I'm in high school. I have a different place in Barnes & Noble that I'm going to get books. So, of course, I'm going to drop, like, the demographic that was made for elementary school and middle schoolers. I'm in high school now. I feel like a lot of the people that grew, like, that were in Warrior Cats, when it started, like, they were just old. They aged out of the demographic. Which is honestly why Omen of the Stars is probably a natural end to the series. Because they realized that their initial demographic that was reading Warrior Cats was aging out of it, so they might as well end it. I feel like I wanted to have a big snoz. Big old nose. I feel like it did... well, if you look... The Last Hope came out in the 3rd of April, and then it was a whole year before the next book came out. Well, like, there were novellas that happened, but it was a whole year between Omen of the Stars and the Sun Trail. I think that's the longest that we've ever had a break between arcs. Like, between main series books. Like, during that time, they were just making, like, they were just making the novellas. AVOS was the first time I stopped reading Warriors. 2 years to get back into it. I completely understand. So I remember I stopped reading, like, halfway through Omen of the Stars when I ended high school and I picked back up Warrior Cats. That was when I started the design blog. And I read the rest of Omen of the Stars, and I read the super editions that I had missed out on, which were, like, Crooked Star's Promise, Yellowfang's Secret. I think Tall Star's Revenge just came out. I started reading Dawn of the Clans. I got really into it. And then Bramblestar Storm, Mothlight's Vision, and Apprentice Quest all come out. And all of those are horrible books. They're boring. They're a slog to get through, and I stopped reading again. And then I didn't get caught up, and so I stopped reading in like 2016. And then I didn't pick it back up for another 4 years. But ever since I picked it up... Yeah, Path of Stars came out in September of 15. Then you had Goosefeather's Curse, Ravenpaw's Farewell, and Mapleshade's Vengeance that came out, and that was really fun. But then Mothlight's Vision sucks. Apprentice Quest sucks. Bramblestar Storm sucks. And so I just stopped reading. Yeah, Amber. Oh my gosh, Amber. You should text... Do I have your Discord, Amber? Because you need to see the rant I have on Mothlight's Vision. I need to send you the copy pasta of it. When the map community really took off, and that helped keep me interested in the books. Yeah, I feel that. It's fun to be caught up with Warrior Cats, honestly. I like having random useless information in my brain, though. Beano's looks like they totally work at a library. Beano's revels in telling people to be quiet when they're like flipping through book pages too long or too loudly. Yeah, I feel like I don't have you on Discord, Amber. It's just Nifty-Senpai with no hyphens. One of those books that I can't reread. Yeah, Jenny, it's also one of the only books... I have reread it once, and I skimmed it. And I reread it for my timeline. I got it. I added you. I'm gonna have to send you this. Wait, hold on, hold on. Let me send it to you. I gotta open the magnum opus. I'm not gonna send you the entire magnum opus because I feel like if you're not ready for it, it's too much info. Okay, here it is. Read it at your own leisure. You really liked Mothlight's Vision? I'm glad. Honestly, I'm like glad that people can find joy in the books that I don't like. Like, I'm glad that there's at least somebody that it was written for. I would hate to think that a book is just like, well, you know, it's been Spotted Leaf's heart. Where it feels like it was written for no one, and it was like everyone disliked that Skyrim style. Mothlight's Vision, the first time I read it, I really hated Clear Sky's character in it. But the second time I read it, I really hated Windrunner. That is not Skyrim. Yeah, isn't it like a Fallout thing? I feel like Skyrim doesn't have that everyone disliked that. I think that's like exclusively a Fallout thing. Or like Oblivion. Okay, Walking Dead. I know that Skyrim just has animals calling the cops. Exactly, Amber. People will be like, well, you don't like Clear Sky in Mothlight's Vision, but you like him in Riverstar's Home. And after I had to sit through rereading Mothlight's Vision again, I realized I actually think that his character development in Mothlight's Vision is fine. It's just that Windrunner is like the worst character imaginable. Exactly. I mean, he doesn't really cause it, does he? Isn't it like Willowtail that like forces him to come down? I don't want to reread that frickin' book anymore. You can't make me. That rant was written after my second read through of Mothlight's Vision, by the way. I like Cal. I like Acorn Fur. Pebbleheart should have found the Moonstone, but okay. I hate when people tell me that Clear Sky should have gone to the Dark Forest. For some reason, that makes me angry. I'm like, my boy didn't kill any more cats than any of the other founders did. Okay? He killed maybe like 3 more. Cut him some slack. I'm just kidding. I feel like I need to headcanon B-Nose as being related to like Flint Fang or something. Like she's somehow carries the same genes as Blackfoot, but she's not directly related to Blackfoot. Yeah, Clear Sky is an anti-hero. I've kind of stood by my opinion that Clear Sky is... There's a distinct age demographic that like Clear Sky and that hate Clear Sky. And I feel like younger fans, and this is not always the case, I feel like younger fans statistically do not like Clear Sky's character more than older fans. I feel like older fans genuinely respect his character a lot more. Okay, let me give her... She's like a little bumblebee. This is a Clear Sky and Strikestone defending stream. But I think you guys all knew that already. Yeah, I think so too, Yuna. But notice how they've never made, like, an anti-hero type character after Clear Sky. Like, I feel like HarperCollins doesn't want it anymore. You have read the first 3 arcs. I'm picking up the 4th soon. Do you think that A Vision of Shadows will be your favorite arc? That will be interesting. I'm interested to hear your opinion. One of my mods, it is actually their favorite arc. I think A's usually here, but I think she's got work or something. But her favorite arc is actually A Vision of Shadows. How do you get your symmetry rollers to make the nose and eyes perfectly placed? Well, it's just right in the middle of the canvas. For me. In general, the writers avoid letting any of the main characters do bad things. Yeah. I think it's... I don't know why. A bit of a New Prophecy stand, even though it's lost favor as for... Yeah, I think it's because everything new that the New Prophecy does, a lot of older arcs and books do better. And that's why people genuinely... It is a very hard to enjoy the last half of New Prophecy on subsequent reads. I do still really enjoy the first half of New Prophecy. I think I can kind of like relive the fascination I had when we finally got to see the world outside of the forest for once, and New Prophecy came out before Sky Clan was introduced. It was like the first time we'd seen anything past like the Moonstone, and I can kind of like still revel in the interest that brought me when I was a kid. Yeah, Hollyleaf was the first time they kind of did, the protagonist did something bad. They did it with Ivy Pool again. Like Ivy Pool in the Dark Forest when she kills somebody. Really compelled by the destruction of the forest. Yeah, and I feel like it was interesting. That was so New Prophecy is the first time we get multiple point of views. We get a medicine cat point of view for the first time. We get the outside world for the first time. We get a cat. We get a animal that can speak cat for the first time. We get a different group of cats for the first time. We get a whole new like. There's just a lot of stuff that they do for the first time that captured a lot of the imagination, and it's like, wow, people like we can actually like make different groups of cats. I don't know, from a world building perspective, the New Prophecy slaps. Like it opens up so much of the world. Why are you so big, girl? Shrink. The second half of the New Prophecy is about establishing each clan into its new lake territory. It explores the Dark Forest for the first time. Like we actually, the first time the Dark Forest is seen is it's the about it in the New Prophecy was dropped by Omen and Stars. Yeah. And then you get relationship drama, I guess. That's like the worst part of the book. But yeah, New Prophecy established a lot of world building that like is integral to the plot. Okay, we'll make B no Shadow Clan even though she dies as a rogue. The relationship drama is literally the worst part in my opinion. The New Prophecy does a lot of firsts. But it really feels like required reading after you've read it the first time. In some portions. Crowfeather and Leafpool is very random. I don't feel like there's enough build up for it. Like, I feel like we should have seen them interact on, like, the Great Journey, but they don't interact at all in Dawn. Like, the first time that they interact, I think, is in Starlight. Cats can come across each other there. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't have any build-up. I remember even when I was a kid, I was like, I don't get it. And it's crazy, because Crowfeather and Leafpool is, like, Vicky's favorite ship. Vicky was one of the writers on the writing team when Warriors first started. I'm like, that's your favorite ship? Crowfeather and Leafpool? Are you kidding me? Yeah, we were drawing Beanos. Honestly, the drama between Bramble and Squirrel is also very weak. It just drags on for way too long. Like, man, not really! The way you said that, Ginny. Let's see. Who's on the next row? Dawn Pelt, Echo Song, or Cloverfoot? Yeah, we can do one more. All of those cats should be pretty straightforward. But I forgot, what are you looking forward to in Changing Skies? I don't know if I'm looking forward to anything in Changing Skies. Like, anything in particular. I guess the thing that I'm... What's the word I'm looking for? The answer that I'm looking to the most is if it's going to be a territory change arc. So when I read Elder's Quest, I feel like at the end of Elder's Quest, we're going to know if it's legitimately going to be an arc where they're going to change the setting and we're going to get on, like, they're not going to be in the lake anymore. I think that's what I'm most anxious to have the answer to. Dawn Pelt is Strikestone's mom. It's okay, Dawn Pelt looks like she's winning. You like how dramatic Dawn Pelt is? She is quite dramatic. Hold on. I think she's in the Omen of the Stars poster, but I think she's, like, angsty. Dawn Pelt sounds like she'll be a pink cat. I actually want to redesign my Dawn Pelt, kind of like her pelt colors, I think. Because I don't think... Where is she? Like, she's a little boring to me right now. I kind of want to give her a different, like, give her some markings on her pelt. Yeah, Amber. Well, I mean, even in canon, they literally moved to the lake, like, 10 years ago. In canon, it's only been 10 years that these cats have been around the lake. Which is arguably, like, a very short amount of time. Like, 10 years ago in canon, like, from the time... 10 years ago in the forest, literally, was, Goosefeather's curse. So imagine Goosefeather's curse to Dawn, and that's how much time has passed at the lake. Crazy. Yeah. I've also heard that, Jenny. Like, people kind of don't like the idea that there are still cats living around the lake that remember living in the forest. If they do move. I'm like, it's just like... Yeah. We still have cats alive in the forest territories, and that's why it'd be like if Dawn of the Clans happened, and I don't know, Dappled Pelt was still alive when the lake change happened. Because she remembers going from the mountains to the forest, and now she's like going through to the lake. It's like there's such a short amount of time. It's less than like a single cat's lifetime that they were at the lake. A non-diegetic sense is a solid way to find new things to do in warrior cats. Yeah. Exactly, Amber. I mean, we've had 2 main arcs. 2.5 main arcs that were in the forest territories. And we've had 5.5 arcs. 5.5. Yeah, 5.5 arcs in the lake territories. So, in reality, we've had twice as much content in the lake territories as we've had in the forest territories. Echo Song time? I think I actually redesigned Echo Song. Oh, I didn't redesign her. I think I just updated her. But do I have that on this computer? Hold on. Actually, I think I do. I think I just, like, beefed her up so she doesn't look as young. Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is the picture I used for the poster. I think it is. She's actually going to be Star Clanified, though. Was her kitty pet name Echo? Is that why she's Echo Song? Okay. I'm in the middle of reading SkyClan's Destiny for my timeline shenanigans. So I haven't gotten to the point. He's still in ThunderClan. I'm trying to figure out exactly when in summer Firestar's quest happens. I think it's like right in the middle of summer. She's a very round kitty. Oh, sorry, I'm not reading SkyClan's Destiny. I'm reading Firestar's Quest. But when I read SkyClan's Destiny, I quite enjoyed it. I really like the exploration of Daylight Warriors that happens in that book. I just like that idea. It's such a unique idea. I really like super editions that explore, like, the differences in the clans more than, like, others. Like Tall Star's Revenge and SkyClan's Destiny. I will be reading SkyClan's Destiny soon, rereading it. Stop looking at me with them big old eyes. Yeah, we only have one Daylight Warrior left. It's MacGyver. I guess Freckle Wish actually was a Daylight Warrior, but I think they forgot about that. They can't get Daylight Warriors because there's no freaking two legs anywhere. That's another thing about Vision of Shadows, where all of a sudden they have like a two-leg place that they can travel to. I'm like, what? This was literally never mentioned before? Yeah, Ebony Claw. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where they're like doing the two-leg path, but it's not on the map. I hate that. I hate when they go to places that are not on the map, but they're like within like a day travel of the clans. I'm like, add it to the map. Did they had somebody different draw the map for Ivy Pool's Heart, right? I feel like it was a completely different style. Firestar's Quest, like for it being a travel book, I like that it's broken up because they're constantly moving, and it's also broken up by like the dreams of SkyClan. And it's fairly easy to kind of skip the travel sections of that book and just like be like, oh, we're at the gorge now. And I feel like they needed the travel sections because they needed it to seem like SkyClan was further away than they really were. Like apparently they were only SkyClan's gorge is only like a week's travel from the lake, according to A Vision of Shadows. Like it only takes a week to get there. Insane. The new map in Ivy Pool's Heart. I can definitely see that. I mean, it's the first time that they've put out a new map for anything in a long time. I guess they technically made a new map for Dawn of the Clans. Is there a map? No, there's not a map for the journey to the gorge. Yeah, I agree, Agnolia. It'd be interesting. I feel like they don't know exactly where they want the map or where they want the gorge to be. A week is a really long distance by foot. Yeah, but I mean, for a migratory animal like a cat that's kind of used, like if you've ever seen those videos of people tracking their cats on like their patrol routes around their neighborhoods and stuff, like a cat can walk a pretty good distance in a day. The forest to the lake map. I think... So, I'm pretty sure that the forest to the lake, because they have to follow the sunset to get to the lake, and they have to follow the sunrise to get to the forest. So the lake in that sense would be to the... or the gorge to that sense would be to the south. I fully lost the plot on what direction every desperate location... Yeah. I mean, I remember when the map from Ivy Pool's Heart came out and we were talking about... Hold on, I gotta show you this. I'm getting, like, so lost right now. I don't know if we'll be finishing Echo Song. Okay. So this is what we were talking about, right? So this is the... Where's... Okay. Hold on. Let me look at the maps. I was talking about this... Oh, gosh. There's a Great Journey maps that's in... Okay, here it is. This is what I was trying to show people, right? So, really quick. It's okay. This is the map that they came out with. I think this was the map in, like, the Ultimate Guide. Oh, yeah, Secrets of the Clans, maybe. So, this is High Stones to the lake, right? This takes them 1 month. They've said that this journey took the lake, or it took the forest cats 1 month. People have made it in... So, and it takes about 2 weeks to get to the tribe, and it takes about 2 weeks to get from the mountains to this. In the recent arcs, people have been able to do this journey in, like, 3 weeks. But that's, like, if they don't have any elders or anything going with them. Now, let me look at the Ivy Pools. Let me look at the Ivy Pools. Pull it up. Ivy Pools heart map. This is what I needed to show people. This is the Ivy Pools heart map, right? Here is the Moon Pool, and here is High Stones. Which means this map right here, where this is 1 month, is this portion of Ivy Pool's heart. Like, this is how... like, how long this journey took. Ivy Pools, they go from here to here to here to here all the way up to here. And then supposedly go back. And it probably takes them 2 months. I would say an average of 2 months. 3 months at most. Sorry, I'm using a mouse. Like, this is crazy, you guys. Like, when this came out, I was like, they're gonna be gone for, like, 4 months, max. Like, this should take them, like, max of 2 weeks. This should take them a max of 1 month. Yeah. Time is an illusion. But then you also look at this map and you're like, well, where are they going to settle? Like, if they added all this stuff, like, where would they settle in Changing Skies? Oh, well, I guess they could settle over here, right? The overlooking the waterfall. Also, so in this is High Stones, right? So the gorge would be like this way, basically. It should be right here. But not really, because it's supposed to only take 2 weeks, right? And if it takes them a month to get here, so realistically, actually, that's not even the case. Like, the gorge should actually be like right here. Like, do you guys understand? Cartography and Warriors is a losing battle. Confused screaming. I like remember when Ivy Pool's Heart map dropped and it was on stream where somebody was like, hey, the map for Ivy Pool's journey, of the journey that happens in Ivy Pool's Heart has dropped. And I saw that map and I had to do that visual, like, I had to do that visual breakdown for people on stream because my brain was like melting. I'm like, you guys don't understand how much more map they created for Ivy Pool's Heart. You guys. Like, they go all the way up into, like, Scotland. Yeah, I also don't like the new map style. I prefer the first style, though. Like, I'll always prefer the original style. Or, like, the style that the Sky Killing Gorge was made out of. Oh, man. Even though it, like, really doesn't make any sense, from, like, a cartography standpoint. Like, the cat maps. Yeah, so when Star came out, I knew that they would have to do, like, a giant time skip when the bulk of what happens in Star... No spoilers. The bulk of what happens in Star happens within, like, a few days. And at the same exact time, Ivy Pool's Heart's group, like, leaves at the beginning of Star. I'm like, how are they going to make it seem like... I'm just like... they're gonna have to have, like, a whole time skip, like 5 freaking months, realistically, that these cats are gone. But no, it's only, like, maybe 2 months max. Oop, my music left me. This is where warrior cats live. Yeah, Icewing had to book it back. Maybe she unlocked, like, quick save point or quick travel points. Who knows? Yeah, so it bothered me. It honestly bothers me how inconsistent Warrior Cats is with their journeying time, and it didn't bother me as much until I started trying to map out, like, a actual timeline of everything that happens in Warrior Cats. And once I started doing that, I'm like, this actually blows. Traveling books are no more. There is no canon timeline. No, you don't understand, Amber. You clearly have never seen the magnum opus. There's going to be a canon timeline. I'm making it week by week. It will be created. I literally just scientific study on Warrior Cat's brain. It bothers me. It bothers me when I'm drawing my camp pictures and I don't know exactly how old people should be in my camp picture. I want it to be as realistic as possible. Hey, Sparkleaf. You have a question. I may have an answer. We'll see.
I need to get rid of that. How are you doing White Paw's apprenticeship time span? That's a good question. I haven't decided yet. I kind of imagine that there were a lot of apprentices that were very, very old because I'm sure, like, no one got named a warrior cat on the journey except for Crowfeather. And I kind of imagine that they weren't able to get a proper apprenticeship once the forest started falling and like prey was so scarce, because they probably didn't do much battle training and stuff because they were just like constantly hunting. So I kind of imagine that the forest getting teared down really like suspended the typical apprentice training days. Yeah, she was waiting for Birchpaw, but they're talking about how Whitepaw's technically an apprentice for like like she's probably an apprentice. I haven't checked yet because on my timeline I just started a Thief and Thunder clan and Firestar's quest, so Whitepaw's technically not born yet, so I haven't had to deal with her yet. Are you planning on doing any more maps so I can join? I am not currently planning on doing any maps. I have ideas, but nothing that I've started with. Thanks, Sparkleaf. Yes, White Wing is much older than Squirrel Flight, and Squirrel Flight was made a warrior way before her. This is all true. And Squirrel Flight is 8 months old at the beginning of Midnight. Yeah, and Brightheart is pregnant before Firestar leaves on his quest, according to the Thief and Thunder clan. And a cat's only pregnant for 2 months. My favorite warrior cats? Yeah, I let people reference it, okay? Yeah, Whitepaw... Honestly, you guys are talking about that, but, like, you guys aren't talking about the fact that Dustpelt and... Hold on, let me pull the Magnum Opus up, you guys. I've got to tap the sign. You guys are so worried about White Wing when Swiftpaw was 1.5 years old when he died. Bright Kit and Thorn Kit weren't made apprentices until they were 9 months old. Ash Kit and Fern Kit weren't made apprentices till they were 9 months old. Ashpaw and Fernpaw, realistically, during the darkest hour, they were 1.5 years old, even though they were Ashpaw and Fernpaw. Dustpaw and Sandpaw both don't get their warrior cat name until they are about like 15 months old. The first arc and the second arc have like no, like, cats get made a warrior like as soon as they prove themselves, like if they do a heroic act. So Brackenfur gets made a warrior after he's like, he spots like the Shadow Clan and Wind Clan cats getting ready to attack the camp Gray Paw and Fire Paw get made a warrior after they show like active heroism by fighting Broken Star and stuff. Yeah, Blue Star doing naming series whenever. I feel like it wasn't until the lake when cats like legitimately had a standardized like apprentice time. Like they actually started taking tests to become warriors instead of it just being like, you fought really great in this battle. You get your warrior name. Like the reason Swiftpaw doesn't get his name, even though he's literally an apprentice for like a year and a half, is because he never fights in a battle in that year and a half. Like, so he's never proven himself as a warrior. Like, Sandpaw and Dustpaw get their warriors' names after they fight the ambush from Broken Star's rogues. Everyone should have at least one traumatic incident as bad as her seeing her mother die before you can be an adult. You're kind of right, Amber. What's my favorite design I've made? My River Ripple design is one of the ones I'm most satisfied with. Hi, Cloud Buff. Yeah, no problem. Okay, she's a Star Clan cat. She get big old eyes. Why is she so eyes? I don't know. I always see her as like, I don't know, little tiny kitty pet. Honestly, the teaser for Elder's Quest, is it? Yeah, it's called the Elder's Quest. Was like Echo Song Leaf Star is real. Let's be real here. She be dreaming about her. It's kind of sus. I am not Cloud Puff. I'm using a tablet that plugs into my computer. It doesn't have a screen. It like takes the place of where your mouse would be, and you have like a little tablet pin. But it doesn't have a screen on it or anything. Okay, where is Firestar? Actually, where's Pebble? There she is. And then... no, that's Screaming Dawn Pelt. Named Stream Song. That is a cute name. It's better than like Stream Ripple, which is like a canon warrior cat name now, which is horrible. I'll never get over that. Okay, and then...
We will go like that. Fill with 70. I'm using Photoshop. Got the Star Clan Sparkle. Okay. I thought you just said react to seeing a cat with dyed fur. Don't they use like chalk, like pet safe chalk to do stuff like that in real life? On a tablet? I believe so. Not sure. I don't have a tablet. Where's the circle icons? I believe that there is like a Photoshop program that you can get on like the tablet. But... or it's like Fresco or something like that. Adobe Fresco. I think that her ears at the top are fine. Oh, she doesn't have whiskers. Whoopsie. Like Miss Cloud. Yeah, that's a shame. I kind of want to be in the room when they decide random background characters of Werecatt's names. Let's be real here. Oh, yeah, I shrunk her. Honey, I shrunk the Echo Song. Okay. Whoa. Please. Stop. Is it because my tablet pen? Alrighty. I think that'll be it for today, though. So today we did... oh, we started with Leaf Star. And then we did... Purdy. Purdy was next. And then we started... we did Sandy Nose, but we weren't... well, I wasn't 100% okay with that, so probably revisit him in a little bit. And then we did Strike Stone. And then we did Violet Shine. And then we did Beanos. And we ended with Echo Song. So I think
think that'll be it for today, though. It is Thursday, so I will be opening up 5 coffee commissions for this weekend. Let me do that really quick. Alrighty. So we've got 5 coffee commissions open. The commissions on the weekend are you can commission me to draw your own character. There's headshots and chibis that are available. Yeah. My commission stream will be on Sunday this week. So I will see you guys again on Sunday. If you want to check out the commissions. Yeah, no problem, Crystal. But there they are. And I'm gonna go eat something. So you guys should eat something too and drink some water. Thank you guys for watching and keeping me company. I really appreciate it. And I will see y'all again this weekend. Bye.